4 o'clock, we'll commence this afternoon's meeting. Welcome everybody. Before we go through the items on the agenda, I'd like to make everyone aware that this afternoon's meeting is being audio recorded. So for that purpose, please wait until the chair calls your name to speak so we can identify the person speaking. All people attending the meeting are to be respectful of and considerate towards other people in the room. Language and conduct at the meeting that could be perceived as offensive, defamatory or threatening to a person attending the meeting or listening to the recording is not acceptable. Tonight we have an apology from Councillor Elliott. And we have in attendance Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Fosselt, Councillor Ben Lohberger, Councillor Mike Dutter, Councillor Harvey, the Mayor Anna Reynolds and the Deputy Mayor Linda Sherlock. And over here we have Councillor Kelly and Alderman Zuko. Welcome everybody and welcome to our guests this afternoon. I'd like to firstly acknowledge that we're meeting on the land of the Muanina people and acknowledge their elders past, present and emerging. It's a very special place, South Hobart, which we get to share with you this afternoon, sitting in the shadow of Kunani, and certainly something that's close to my heart as we watch the weather come over the city and enjoy this special land. I acknowledge the determination and resilience of the Palawa people of Tasmania who have survived invasion and dispossession and continue to maintain their identity, their culture and their rights. And I recognise the value of continuing Aboriginal knowledge and cultural practice, and I pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging. Item 2 is confirmation of the minutes. Can an elected member move those, please? Moved by Alderman Bloomfield. All those in favour?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Item 3 is consideration of supplementary items. Are there any supplementary items this afternoon, CEO?
No, Chair.
No supplementary items this afternoon. Item 4 on the agenda is indications of conflicts of interest. Members of the committee are requested to indicate if they may have or are likely to have any conflict of interest. Is there any concerns this afternoon? There's no conflicts of interest declared this afternoon. Moving to item 5, transfer of agenda items. We may choose to change the order of the agenda this afternoon. Would anyone like to move that? Yes, Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Chair. The South Hobart area briefing, I feel it would be more suited to being first at this particular meeting. Can we bring that 8.3 forward to hear that first?
Thank you, Councillor Lohberger. Is that to in front of 8.1?
Yes, okay, we'll put it, I think 7.0. How about that?
Councillor Lohberger has raised that we move 8.3, so the South Hobart area briefing, to item 7 ahead of officers' reports this afternoon. So we need to now vote on that proposed change to the agenda. All those in favour?
Aye.
Any dissent? Carried unanimously. So we will move 8.3 up to item 7. No problem. There we go. Can everyone hear me now? Great. All right, let's move on to item 6, which is reports of the special committees. The first one being 6.1, City Heritage Committee. Can an elected member move this item, please? That's moved by the Deputy. Was there any comments before I put that motion? Yes, Councillor Dutter.
Just a query or question. It's reported that there was going to be a letter sent to the state government, and I'm wondering if there has been a response.
CEO, do you have comment on if there's been a response?
On page 10, attachment A, the Heritage Committee requested the Council write a letter to the state government asking the incoming Minister Heritage and the Treasurer about these issues with regards to Treasury building.
I'm on the
Lord
committee.
Mayor, you've got an answer there for us?
I'm on the committee, but I don't, I would think that hasn't been done because we're still waiting till tomorrow to work out what is happening, like who's definitely the government. But yeah, I can't remember the exact content of that letter, but hopefully someone, I think it was just really to, maybe to get a briefing. I don't think, CEO, you weren't there.
No.
Karen, do you remember?
Through your chair, so that this was in the context of the discussion about the Treasury building,
Yeah.
and there is already an open process by the government consulting on the future of the Treasury building, so this is an opportunity for us to express the views of the committee.
That's right. I think the committee had made a request to meet the consultants, and the consultants didn't arrive on the night. And it seems as though that consultant's work was probably completed. So yeah, I think the committee was keen to have a bit more visibility of what was going to happen and what sort of time frames, and really just to make sure that the city was informed about all the steps that were going to happen.
Did you have any follow-up questions, Councillor Dutta? No. If there's no more discussion, I'll put that motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Moving on to 6.2, the City Economy Committee, moved by Alderman Bloomfield. Any debate or questions on this item? There being none, I'll put that. All those in favour?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. So now we move to 7.0, which is the moved agenda item 8.3, the South Hobart area briefing. So that will start with our CEO presenting.
Mark, I think that's for you.
All right, so is that all right on the screen? All right. So, yeah, welcome everybody and thank you. Thank you, Chair. So we've been having workshops now off-site in the different precincts around the city, and we start each of these with an overview of what the council has been up to in the suburb, as well as some interesting statistics around the suburb or the precinct itself. So, and we'll share the presentation in amongst the directors and myself. So in terms of South Hobart, so as at the close of the financial year last year, there were just under 6,000 residents, which equates to about 10.5% of the Hobart LGA. So South Hobart has a higher proportion of children under 18 and a lower proportion of children aged 60 and older. So the median age is 38. So we have 24% of residents are born overseas, compared to 15% for Tasmania overall. So our top industries of employment are hospital, higher education, state government administration, cafes and restaurants, combined primary and secondary education. The housing tenure throughout South Hobart, 33% of people own their house outright, 28% with a mortgage, and 31% are renting. So in terms of our key focus areas for the suburb, so we've entered into a good neighbour agreement, and we've had that in place for quite a period of time, and that's with the between the council and the residents that adjoined the Macrobies Gully Waste Management Centre. So I've been at council now for about 15 months. We've had quite a series of meetings with the residents around the running of the landfill, issues that get presented from time to time, and certainly the council is committed to closing the landfill at 2030, so the community is very interested in that and have been engaged around that. So the idea behind the agreement is to have open and transparent and two-way communication, which I think has been happening, and you know, we've got really active and engaged representatives on that, and people that have an interest are able to come along without having been a member. So we are getting people that have an interest come along to listen to to the meeting. So that's the good neighbour agreement. I think, Dave, we're going to move over to the gross pollutant trap, which is a specific thing we're working on around the Macrobius Gully. So I'll pass the remote over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. The Macrobius GPT, is probably one of the more interesting projects that we're currently in the process of actually doing at the moment. Interesting in so much of the benefits it actually brings in particular, but it's also quite a unique project. So we don't often put in GPTs at this site in councils around southern Tasmania. So it's great to see that construction work actually happening at the time. So it's a tricky location in terms of where we've actually been trying to install it. So the hole that we had to install in is about 8 metres deep, so you can imagine the issues associated with that. So this has been done largely by our internal crews, and they've done a fantastic job in actually getting it to where it is today. In particular, this trap, it will be invaluable in terms of dealing with a lot of the litter, sediment, oil, grease and so forth that ends up going down the stormwater. We do have a litter stock at the moment which is sort of getting to the end of life, and it's an opportune time to actually try and put something in place there which will be fantastic for protecting the wildlife in particular that actually inhabits Hobart rivulet. So a really exciting project for us. Still in the process, but we're well advanced with it. The main chambers are in place, and we're getting to the end point in terms of actually getting it operational. Some other projects there of interest that we've been working on this year in this particular area. We've just replaced all the Hobart rivulet debris irons, so they got to end of life. So once again, that's an important project in terms of picking up more of the larger type items that might come down in floods. So that was a good project to get out of the way. Tara Street Bridge, we've just done some prelim work on that one there, so there's a load limit that we've actually put on that bridge at this stage there, and there'll probably be some future work in terms of some bridge strengthening which will come up in latter years. De Grave Street, just a resurfacing project that I think was finished in about June. One of the other ones there that's only just been recently completed is the South Hobart Oval, obviously a very popular space used by a lot of different users. So this one's been a really good project to get out. So a number of different things have been put in place there. We've looked at improving some of the seating, line marking for pickleball, which is a growing sport within the city and across southern Tasmania. Look at trying to improve the friendliness of the area by adding in some data charging ports for people, and just tidying up the area in terms of some of the overgrown vegetation and the renewal of the cricket wicket as well. Saunders Crescent, so this one was a fairly strong advocation by the community who were looking for a space where they could, have their children go, so there's some young families that live in that area. So council did look at what we had in that space. We did have some land in that area there. So what we've ended up doing is putting in a really nice pocket playground with a number of different slides and swings and picnic shelves and so forth there for people to enjoy. So certainly a lovely little park that's gone in place. Once again, this one had a fairly strong advocacy by the community. There's a lot of kids and other people who actually use this particular link to ride to school. I saw the before and after, so it's certainly a vast improvement in terms of what we've actually done there. And it's probably smaller type projects like this that can have a really good benefit for the community. So, even though it's smaller as compared to some of the bigger ones, certainly a lot of positive comments have actually come back, particularly from the children that actually use that to ride to and forth. Some other projects there, so we've done quite a bit of work all around the city in terms of tracks and trails over the last few years. In recent times there, in this particular area there, we've got some new tracks between Knocklofty and Kenyani. We've also done a fair bit of work with some grant funding. We've been lucky enough to actually receive the removal of crack willows in Hobart Rivulet, and hopefully that'll be a program that will continue across some of our other rivulets as well at the same time, so that's been very successful. We'll be looking at putting some signage, political signage in at the Boulder Trap, and we've also worked closely with the community in terms of planting some trees within the Green Mile.
Is that being completed now on the Hobart Rivulet, the willow removal?
Yeah, largely.
Or is it just a stage that's being completed?
I think it's a stage. I think there's still some more work to actually be done in that space. So there's obviously the secondary grant as well. So we're still working on that at the moment. Some of the other projects that are coming up in this area, so Macquarie Street and Ispayan Avenue, I think it might be. Just some pedestrian work there, so that'll be a bit of bulbing and improvements to the actual pedestrian crossing in that area there. We'll also be looking in Strickland Avenue there in terms of extending some of the stormwater where we've had some issues with flooding. Marlin Road Bridge renewal. So we've sort of been looking at that in some detail in terms of what's needed. So we're still going through the design process there to determine whether that's a full replacement or whether whether we can actually retain the abutment. So once we get to the end of that, we'll be in the position to actually put that out for construction. The next one, Nevin Street and Wellesley Street, that's part of our laneways project. So we put some money aside for all of our laneways across the city. So this one here is not really defined yet exactly what it's going to be in this space there, but it'll probably be some minor work in terms of renewals and improvements. Strickland Avenue, so once again that's just a renewal of the road service and some repairs to the pavement, and then that'll be followed up by a reseal. And then we have the Darcy Street wall replacement. I think that is me.
I'm next. Good afternoon, my name is Ben Ardub. I'm the Director of Community and Economic Development. So I'm going to go through just briefly, thank you, some of the things that the Council's doing in South Hobart in community facilities, environmental health, but also some of the grants and events that we've been sponsoring in the area. So the Soho Arts, people might know this building. It's been a long-held council building. I think its previous life it operated as council's childcare facility, family daycare. The Lady Gowrie operated it for a while, and then most previously before Soho Arts, was a wide-angle group who operated it. So it's a highly utilised facility. It's not 19 months through its first two-year term with a 2-year option, but it's got a bit of a focus on its use in the film industry and screenings and that industry who occupied it through the Soho Arts entity. So council works with this organisation, and council often uses it for meeting spaces, has that opportunity for some of our partners to also use it to activate it throughout the year. So it's a popular facility. The next one is the South Hobart Community Centre. So this one here is managed, it's been around for 50 years in its current location. In 2020 had a major refurbishment which brought it up to its modern standards. It's managed by, as I said, the South Hobart Progress Association. We've recently worked with this organisation to upgrade their booking system, so it's quite it's very highly booked out because of that upgrade that we worked with the Progress Association to get a grant and do that. But it's used for all sorts of community groups at the moment, and it's booked out, so it's got high utilisation. But it's got a long positive history in South Hobart. The next area around environmental health, maybe not that exciting, but there's 42 registered food businesses in South Hobart, ranging from mobile food businesses, aged care restaurants, that we monitor regularly as part of our role. In the last 12 months, there's been approximately 50 environmental health investigations across the area, in typical areas of noise pollution and noise nuisance. So nothing unusual there, just normal for a community like South Hobart. And just finally, I guess the grants. So we've put a fair bit of, I guess, funding into successful programs in South Hobart over the last couple of years. Our first one being the Resilience Fair, held last November. Successfully was a recipient of a Hobart event grant, and that attracted over 450 people to that event. And it was run by the South Hobart Sustainable Community Groups. But had a lot of activities and stalls around sustainability, bush care and disaster preparedness to focus on resilience in South Hobart. And then the big day of circular ideas, I think this one was held in March this year, and it was actually in this building. Recipient of another grant, had over 3,000 people came through this big day of circular ideas festival. So again, quite popular. Had speakers across sustainability and all those themes of circular economy, successfully held in March this year. So it's an event we hope continues going forward. And then there's the final one is the My Streets activation program, which was held weekend before last, I think, in the area at Wesley Park. It had over 500 people through that event, that activation. It was held recently and was very successful. And you can see some of the photo there of that event that was held on that last Saturday. And that's it, I think, yes.
Wonderful, thanks very much. Before we move to elected member debate, I understand that we have some questions from Dr. Jennifer Connor. If you'd like to come up to the end of the table and ask your questions to the elected members.
Good afternoon, everybody. I mean, that's a wonderful presentation. There's so much good stuff going on in our community, and we're very appreciative of all that you do for our community. You all know me. My name's Dr. Jennifer Connor, and I've spoken with you before. And firstly, I would like to thank, this is about the dogs and sharing South Hobart ground, which the dog management policy is about to go out to secondary consultation any moment, I would say. But firstly, I would like to thank Council for proposing to maintain the status quo on dog sharing at South Hobart ground. We have been eagerly awaiting round 2 consultation to send in thanks and feedback, as we know that our elected representatives are likely to be inundated on this issue. We would also like to thank Council for exploring any new fenced or unfenced dog off-lead areas for the dog community. And as part of the dog management policy, the rivulet area has now been changed, or likely to be changed, from off-lead to on-lead. And just to acknowledge that Lower Wellesley is already a dog off-lead area, which may possibly be fenced in the future. We did try and get a little bit of feedback from residents in Wentworth Street, Wellesley Street, Ingram and Lower Hillborough. We did a little letter drop after the last council meeting, and we had about 10 residents gather on the space on the 3rd of August. And there was some interesting ideas and opposition to this space for fencing this space from the local residents, mainly to do with wildlife and traffic concerns. And it was also discussed that the amount of space to exercise a dog off lead would actually be significantly reduced if fencing were to proceed. But if Lower Wellesley is fenced or not, we do hope that dogs remain on South Hobart ground. We appreciate that the Council is in a very difficult position, and we're committed to assisting with finding solutions to continue respectful sharing. You've probably heard about our volunteer poo patrols on game days, and all interactions with South Hobart football staff have been pleasant and harmonious. If waste is found, it's usually in the long grass in the corners of the ground.
Dr. Connor, I'll ask if you can move to your question now.
Okay, well, it's more of a deputation than a question. But, so anyway, we are trying to work with Council and try and get some solutions. We are looking forward to a collaborative committee and mediation to make some of these things happen. And one thing that I think the broader community doesn't see as benefits from the dog community is just the community spirit that we have. A couple of years ago, one of the older members of the community spoke to me and said how much she enjoyed interacting with my daughter, my 9-year-old daughter, because so many people ignore older women. Isolation and loneliness is a problem, and it's something that our community network is supporting at very low cost to Council. This is community in action, and I don't know that it will be easily moved to another location. As a representative of Friends of South Hobart Dogs, we do have about 65 supporters on our email list. We have a loose committee of about 10 people, which I've gotten to know much, much better. So we are strengthening our connections within our community.
I'll just jump in there and ask whether you have a question for the workshop this afternoon to discuss.
I don't have a question. I just hope that we maintain sharing at South Hobart Ground, and we're really ready and willing to help to keep that and make that happen in the long term as well.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Is there anyone else who's come along this afternoon who would like a chance to ask a question of elected members?
Or people can also ask a question of the officers about what they've seen in
thank you, Lord Mayor.
in the presentation, or something that wasn't in the presentation that you thought might have been coming or not.
Yes, we've got one here. Just come up to the table if you don't mind and state your name.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Jenny Steiger. I am a resident that borders on to Wellesley Park, and we're hearing there's a lot of gossip, I suppose, in the community about the changes to the park, and I'm just wondering when we're going to be provided with, I guess, a master plan for that area.
Great, thank you for your question. CEO, would you like to comment?
So in terms of the master plan, obviously we've got a proposal that's part of the dog management strategy at the moment. So that, if not, is that out for public engagement yet, or soon to be? And that will be the opportunity to be able to see what has been provided by officers, and if it's not sufficient, obviously to put your thoughts or views down around that. We want to hear from the community about it. So that's the purpose of the engagement, so we can understand the community view.
So there will be a plan that will be released shortly that we can comment on?
So I think the plan is to be proposed to be a fenced dog exercise area at the moment. So I think again it's early. It's about getting engagement, understanding the views of the community around that, and then if it forms part of the final recommendation to the council, then work can be done around detailed planning, and obviously there would be work that we would do in consultation with community as part of that.
Thank you very much.
Do we have any other questions for elected members or officers? Yes, sure.
G'day. I hadn't prepared a question, but I'm Peter Young. I live in Wellesley Street, so I've met a couple of you before. We put in a proposal for a community pump track in South Hobart. I've spoken to the CEO. He's been good enough to give me his time, Councillor Ryan. And so I guess the proposal is that Council is looking at a scoping mission to invest $25,000 of that. There's a couple of locations. One happens to be in the car park at C3, which is my preference because it's close to my children's school, and it's well used by the public, and it's on the rivulet, and it meets your Activate strategy plan that's put forward to the council. So yeah, not sure if there's any comments about that, but I understand it's a tricky piece of land, being not necessarily council's.
Yeah, great. Thank you for your question. I think that's enough to provide some commentary on. Yep.
Thanks. So if you can stick around, there's a presentation on the draft open space strategy, which deals with the council's ability to be able to consider pump tracks and skate parks and the like on our different categorisations of open space. As you say, we have got money allocated to do that investigation. So I think once the open space strategy has been endorsed, we'll proceed with that investigation and obviously involve yourselves and the broader community as part of that.
Any other questions?
Hi, I'm Susan Puckett, a local resident. I've actually got a question on behalf of Neighbourhood Watch. I think Neighbourhood Watch approached the Hobart City Council about putting signs up, as most other councils put a sort of sign as you come into a location, and Hobart City Council was the only one to refuse those signs. So I guess I'm intrigued of what the basis is and why is Hobart refusing when just about every other council in Tasmania has welcomed the benefits of Neighbourhood Watch in the community and what they provide.
Thank you for your question, Susan. I've just heard from the CEO that we'll need to take that one on notice and provide you with a written response. Lord Mayor?
I was just wondering, so no one in the room knows about the Neighbourhood Watch one at all? I'm just thinking, because people are here today and...
I don't know about
yeah,
it, so.
right. No, okay. All right, good.
No comments from officers at the moment on this issue. Great. So let's move into elected member. Oh, another question?
Sorry, just one
Sure.
quick question. My name's Sky Target. I'm a local resident, parent of kids at school and soccer coach. And I think when the consultation happened around the Oval, maybe 18 months, 2 years ago, a lot of the residents requested or asked if it would be possible to have like community soccer goals on that Oval, because we train soccer there all the time. You will have known about the tape on that's always put up and taken down, and just perhaps whether council might consider, even if we purchased those goals, whether they might be able to be housed there so we could use them at soccer training.
Great, thanks for the question. Any officers that can comment on this issue?
Sorry, Chair, I have to take it on notice. I'm not aware of background on that issue.
We'll look into that and provide a written response. One more question.
My name's Jasmine. I'm a relatively new resident to South Hobart and Tasmania. Over the couple of years that we've been here, I've noticed a lot of particulate pollution, so air pollution. My concern is around environmental health. I've noticed an inversion layer forming over South Hobart due to chimney smoke. I'm across your policy regarding burning brighter, but I've noticed that actually most residents probably don't have the technology in order to do that, and it's not something that can be retro activated. I just wondered, given the high density nature of the suburb in many areas and the fact that a lot of residences are on a slope, one below the next, what we might hope for in terms of future policy, if there is anything underway. Yeah, because at the moment the policy seems inadequate.
No worries, some commentary from the CEO.
Thank you.
Thanks. No, certainly wood smoke is an issue across the state, but I haven't actually had it strongly put that it's an issue in South Hobart. We're certainly happy to investigate and have a look at it further. The way that it would typically operate at the moment is where there are specific problems with excessive smoke, our environmental health officers will respond to complaints and we'll go and deal specifically with those problematic smoking wood heaters. But in terms of the general overall impact, I mean, no, we can certainly have a look at it. It's not something that's on our radar, and certainly hasn't been brought to my attention while I've been at council. But I will take that one on notice and have a look into it.
Thank you, CEO. We'll move on now to elected member commentary and questions on this item. So we're talking again about the South Hobart area briefing number 7. Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Chair. I actually had a question about air pollution prior to that member of the public coming up, so thank you. I noticed, I think the stat said about 50 complaints for noise and air. Oh, yeah, the stat said about 50 complaints that you read out. I was just wondering how many of those are air pollution, and is that mainly wood heaters, or is it people trying to burn off in their backyard as well? Sure. The further question was, I guess the CEO said that what would happen is we receive a complaint about it, a smoky chimney, we go and, I assume we go and talk to the owner about burning their heater a bit hotter. But sometimes the cause of smoky fires is things like green wood, which can't be immediately fixed. How do we check that the fire has actually, that the smoke issue has improved after we've been to visit a household like that?
So, typically we'll work with the complainant. Usually when we do receive a complaint, we are, as you say, we're educating, so we'll take material out that, and there's a lot available in terms of how to operate your wood heater effectively, and then it's based on working with that person, and then the complainant will generally keep us informed as whether there's an improvement or otherwise.
Sure. Thank you. And I did have one different question, not related to air pollution. It was just regarding, I'm aware the community and the waterworks are very keen to put up a little bit of extra road signage about animals on the road. I think they're talking to the council in the background, and I just wondered if there was any update from staff about this push from the community to get extra beware of the animal signs popped along Waterworks Road that I think the community was looking at making themselves, actually.
Over to you, David.
Yeah. Look, I'm not aware of that particular thing, but what I'd be interested in is what they're intending to put up. So we do like to see some consistency with that. So you will see them around the place in terms of Save Our Wildlife, and there's different people who make those signs up. But you want to have a fairly consistent message out there. So that would probably be my comment on what they might be doing, but happy to chase up to see where it would be at in terms of any discussions that have been held so far.
That would be great. I did provide them with the details of the relevant officer to speak to about exactly those issues regarding the signage. So yeah, I'll love an update. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments? Councillor Harvey?
Yes, I've got a comment regarding the continued weed removal on the Hobart rivulet. Anyone who knows their weeds walks through the start of the track at the start of the rivulet track, and that's quite a weedy area. You're walking through quite a number of different species of weeds. As an entry point to the Hobart rivulet, do we have any work programmed to remove other weeds, other than the crack willow, which I'm really pleased about, but other weeds along the rivulet track? At the moment, there's red berries everywhere from Cotoneaster, and then throughout the year we have elderberries spreading their seeds everywhere, plus a whole plethora of other weeds along that section. Is there any plans to remove those environmental weeds at the commencement of the rivulet track and continue the process through?
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. We got an answer down there.
I might not have an answer, but I'll try. Look, we do have, as you know, our active bush care groups, and we do have a program of moving through different areas, and it's not indifferent to that area there. And as part of that, what they do is they try and tackle where they have some of those weed species actually growing, if you like. But the program with the crack willow is a little bit different. That's a larger type program, just trying to eradicate that particular weed in that particular area. Some of these other weeds can be a little bit difficult to manage, if you like, but we do have a rolling program in terms of bringing the crews through these different areas there to try and manage some of those. But if there's some specific issues which you've sort of raised there, they're ones we can actually look at on a case-by-case basis as well.
So I get the bush care groups going through. They're working in slightly higher conservation value areas. Yeah. But this particular area is pretty ugly based on really mature weed species. And anyone who knows their weeds from anywhere else who's walked along our rivulet, the first reaction would be, what's going on here? You know, this is really not a very nice space to walk through if you know the weeds.
Yeah.
So
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. We'll take that on notice. Any other questions? Lord Mayor?
It wasn't so much a question, because I think this is also an opportunity for us to just speak broadly. And I just wanted to endorse Councillor Harvey's concerns around weeds. Obviously, it's such a big issue in some areas. I mean, up Proctor's Road, that Cotoneaster's everywhere as well. And I appreciate that it's probably requires sort of state and federal intervention almost.
on the outlet you're talking about.
Or, you know, some of these weeds are just, I mean, obviously we got federal money for the crack willow, but have we got any idea whether there's, like, is this in our biodiversity strategy that we, you know, we're going to just, or is it just crack willow for now, or then once we've done that, will we tackle another one? If we got, are there any partners like Landcare or, like, is there anything we can sort of any plan for some of these weeds, or where we tackle them, where we say, well, we've given up, we've got to give up, we can't win the battle? Like, have we got a kind of an overarching approach to weeds in Hobart?
Well, from my perspective, yes, in terms of the fact that we obviously want to tackle different weeds at different times, but in some areas there it's going to be very difficult to actually try and control some of the weeds, because they will be everywhere. And it's more to do with spaces rather than trying to eliminate. So it might be actually trying to clear spaces of those particular weeds. In some other areas we might have a little bit more success in terms of where you've got a narrow strip like a rivulet or something like this, to say, yes, we can get rid of an entire weed through that space there and hopefully not see them again. But that's not always going to be the case for other areas. Where we get particular, I think one of the queries that Councillor Harvey's actually raising is more of an entrance statement as well. At the same time, people actually enter this area there, and it sort of hits them in the face type of thing. So we can look at those ones more as a one-off type thing as compared to not. So, but in terms of, I guess, eliminating all the various different weeds one by one, that's probably a task too big. Yeah, and that would require, quite a bit of assistance from other areas.
I have a couple of other questions and comments. So just on, I guess, process for our procedure for our meetings out and about, I had thought that we were really keen on getting deputations from the community so that they could give a spiel about their particular issue that they think that we might not have heard of, and that we invite people to make deputations, and that there's an opportunity to actually ask them questions of their deputation to sort of. So I had thought that was sort of part of the procedure or the standard agenda for these kind of out and about meetings, but we might just need to clarify that and also communicate that, I think, to sort of the key neighbourhood groups that this is on, and we will take deputations if you give us notice, and 3 minutes, and we'll ask you questions, because I think that's the point of being out and about, is to kind of get that interaction with the community. So that was just a general point. And my other question was just around, my understanding is that we have got some money in this financial year's budget to do some design around that kind of second South Hobart shopping area, which is near the corner of Darcy, Washington and Cascade Road, but it's a sort of just a design piece at this stage. Do we know when that might happen and what that might look like?
Through the Chair, my understanding is that there are some preliminary design works being carried out to integrate with the Darcy Street wall issues. There are obviously overlays of traffic that need to be, or transport that need to be involved with that, along with placemaking. So yes, some preliminary works are being done.
Okay. And would that just happen, or would there be some consultation on that, or?
I imagine there will definitely be consultation.
Yeah, right.
I can't give you any
No.
details on timing of that though.
Great. And with the owners, of the business owners and stuff as well. Yeah, great.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. It's great to be here out in the community, and I thank the members for coming. It's a new initiative by Council, and I believe it's the first time, apart from the ones we've done previous in this term of Council, to get out amongst the community. So it's good to see people here and hear your voices. I'd encourage you to spread the word so we can build on the numbers here, albeit it's just a start, I guess. So that's good to see. I had a pleasant walk tonight up the Rivulet, and it's good to refresh with the surrounds and environment and all that. I've done it for many years, particularly coming from the top end down, and it really is a bit of an eye-opener. I was just looking at all these green spaces here, and I'm going to touch on the thorny issue of the dog situation. Look, where you're dead right, as was mentioned, it's a thorny issue for Council to deal with. It's hard, but the fact of the matter is the amount of dogs is increasing and the amount of soccer usage is increasing. The problem ain't going away anywhere, and tough decisions or smart decisions have to be done. And I'd really encourage the community to continue their conversation with that, but also too with the open mind, because somewhere this is going to get to a point where it's out of control, and I think it's a little bit disappointing that we didn't make a firmer decision on a more long-term decision. But just looking at the landscape, it is just absolutely gorgeous work that the council has done on walking up that path and along the rivulet and that. And I just couldn't help but notice too at the junior school there at the South Hobart Primary School, the big green space there. And I was just looking on Google Earth there, it's 110 metres by 50 metres wide. It's fenced right along two ends of it. And to me, we've got to have an open mind. I know it did come up in conversation about that being a potential dog run area. Fenced. There's also the north end up, or the further end up against where the Waratah Wholesale is, where forwards a heap of parking and there's a big long green space there. So I'd encourage the community to look around as well. I know council's looked at that on the top. I mean, Wellesley Park's been suggested. We've got Fitzroy Gardens just around the corner as well. But it's a problem. It's not going anywhere, and we all have to get on and make a tough decision with it. And the dialogue's open, and I'd ask the community to keep that going, so that's good. So thanks again for seeing you here tonight. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Any other contributions before I go back to Councillor Harvey? Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be really brief and echo some of what Councillor Kelly has said. Thanks to the community for coming along tonight. It's nice to see you all here. I know this community in particular is supremely engaged in matters of their suburb and the city, as well as the state more broadly. I guess I wanted to make the point that the deputations that we've heard tonight are how I like to see council making its decisions. So we heard from a resident this evening that a Welcome South Hobart sign would be something that the community would like and provide more identity and ownership of the suburb for its people. It's a great idea, and we should do that, and we should look at that. I've heard the same from Mount Nelson as well. I've heard this across the board from our suburbs. But equally, notions about wood smoke, we can look at that. We can look at a prospective ban on new installations for wood smoke and ask that everyone do the right thing for their community. But we also saw at the start of the presentation just how much has been achieved through the community working closely with the council over the last year, from Bumpy Track to the Marlin Road Playground, amongst other things, including the gross pollutant trap at the tip, which was on the back of community concern after a severe weather event, and a motion brought by Councillor Lohberger to the council for us to resolve some of those concerns. And it's just a really good example of what we can do as a council when we work well with the community, but also for the community, what you can do when you work closely with us. The final point I'd make is that we are doing our open space strategy tonight, community. So when that does go out to consultation, it talks to a number of the things that South Hobartians are passionate about, including recreation space, pump tracks, skate parks, connectivity for active transport. So please share it amongst your community when it does go out for consultation. If you have anything specific you'd like to say, please say it. That's where we derive all of our decisions from moving forward for the open spaces that we curate for the benefit of community. And if we don't have your input, then it'll just be the 12 of us that make the decision and our officers for what needs to go in that space. So thanks again for coming out, and thanks to the officers for arranging for us to be here.
Councillor Harvey. Oh, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks very much, and thank you once again to the community for coming out as well. I just had a question regarding some information that I did receive from community around the speed limit. There'd been a few incidences in that section of South Hobart, along with the shops and the cafes. I was just wondering how that's progressing.
Through you, Chair. My understanding is that it's the council endorsed position for there to be a lower speed limit through the key part of South Hobart. A proposal has been made to the state government, and it's about to be considered by the Commissioner.
Yeah. Good, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Harvey.
I had the same question, Deputy, and it's been answered. Thank you.
Alderman Bloomfield.
Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah, just two. Hi, look, I just wanted to note how interesting it was to see of the representation that we had up on the board, that the population demographics are quite different in South Hobart to other areas. We have more children, we have less older people, and it actually changes the expectations of use of the area. And I think it also should really put front and centre for us all that it's actually the people who live in this area who really should dominate the conversation of what is actually needed and wanted in this area as well. So that should really reinforce to all of you who have come today just how important your views and voice were today, because it is actually incredibly relevant to the conversation and how we make our decisions, particularly when it comes to things like the dog walking and how that's evolved, how parking has changed and evolved, and how traffic use has also changed and evolved. It's all about those people who have to go home in those areas and live in those areas every single day, and it affects you. So I'm really interested in this conversation today from that point of view alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Bloomfield. Lord Mayor.
Just one last question, just related to the presentation. It did feature a mention about the Green Mile and described it as a joint Hobart Council community sort of initiative. And I know there was some plantings a month or so ago, but I'm just wondering, what's the mechanism for that going forward? Is it just a fairly loose kind of agreement to work together, or is there a plan? Like, what's the
Director?
Through you, Chair, I'm not aware of anything formal. Of course, we're always welcome to have those discussions with the community about, particularly when we're already doing works where we can make accommodations that the community think are needed. But yeah, it's more of a not a formal structured process with that particular group.
So, sorry, just another question. So you don't know what the next sort of year might deliver in that space?
Through you, Chair, no, I'm not aware of any specific tasks.
Okay, cool.
Any other contributions? I might just add a few comments of my own. I'll talk to the pump track and bike interconnectivity in the open space strategy, but I did have a question for Director Aby in regards to the platypus signage that's on the rivulet and when we'll be able to formalise those into something more than star pickets.
I'm no longer in charge of platypus.
Okay. Can anyone else answer that, or do we need to take that on notice?
I think I'd take that one on notice. We did mention that we were improving some platypus signage, but it might not be the same one that you're talking about there, so it's probably safer to take it on notice.
Yeah, so there's a series of signs up the rivulet that came in Beaker Street last year, I think, but they were a temporary kind of setup, and I think the feedback from the community and the tourists that now go up the rivulet to spot a platypus is that it's something that's a really nice addition to that area.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll take that one on notice.
Great, thank you. Okay, I think we can call 8.3, which was moved to item number 7, complete. So we'll move on to officers' reports, which is 7.1, and I'd like to ask Director Mike Reynolds to introduce the item.
Thank you, Chair. This item was previously workshopped by Council some weeks ago. Since that workshop, we've taken on board the feedback from elected members and now incorporated those suggestions into the policies as they've been presented to you tonight, and put them forward for your subsequent approval.
Great, thank you, Director. Would someone like to move this item? Moved by the Deputy. Is there any commentary or debate? Councillor Dutta.
I just have a question and a query and an observation I want to make with regards to the policy pertaining to the elected members. Now, on page, I think, let me just find it in here. Page 147, attachment B, and it's number 5, retirement function, long serving elected members. Now, I'm just aware of a particular matter that may have been an issue some time back, but I just want to raise it here. Now, it says that after 3 full terms of service to the council, elected member retires or resigns or whatever, is entitled to a dinner which is hosted by the Lord Mayor. And then there is the number of people who are going to be invited. So in total, there's about 35, if I can put it together. So the point I am simply making an observation here, some members have served for 7, 8, 9-year terms, so if you multiply that, it's more than 30 years. My point is this the only option that you have a dinner? Can we not have another option where the amount of money is calculated, for example, 35 times 50 for people who are coming for dinner, that amount is available, and if that elected member wants to have a finger food and invite more people, as long as that option is there, so either a dinner option or a larger number of people coming with the same amount of money spent. I'm just making an observation, that's all, to see if that can be catered for, because knowing what council is like, some of us will not want to go for dinners. I'm just addressing a fact, which is a realism. So, it is better to say, instead of one option, we have another option, which elected members can be given.
Thank you, Councillor Dutta. Director, do you have a response?
Thank you, through Chair. That's certainly an option we can look at. We could certainly look at potentially putting almost like an allowance figure on this amount or this item, and at the discretion of a particular elected member deciding what they would prefer to do, be it a dinner or be it a finger food canapes type exercise, if that's what they would prefer. So I think, in fact, in the past we may have allowed some flexibility in this regard to cater for that elected member. So I think that's something we can certainly put to make an amendment to this section of the policy, if that's what elected members would desire.
Great, thank you. Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of bits of feedback for the 26 policies under review. I noticed that we're kind of consolidating and moving some policies down to standard operating procedures, which is a really good thing, I think. Two struck me as ones that should probably be downgraded, which was disposal of horticultural waste, which I'm not sure needs to be at the policy level, and disposal of surplus goods and equipment should also be a standard operating policy. And I guess a question to the relevant director or CEO around that. We know, so the disposal of surplus goods and equipment policy tells us how we can dispose of anything that the council has previously owned and used. But on tours of the various quarries, I've seen that there seems to be a reticence to actually dispose of anything, and instead they just get chucked into the quarry like I throw every spare off cut of timber into a shed. How can we address that? Because I think it creates this kind of problem where all of my timber offcuts now are an issue, and I have to go through them, and I have to have an exercise to go through and audit my timber offcuts, which is what we need to do for all of the junk that has been chucked into the quarry to work out what we actually need and don't need.
CEO, do you want to provide commentary?
Yes. Look, it's not at the policy level. It is certainly at our procedural level in how we're actually implementing it. We do need to have an audit and inventory of the goods that we are holding across quite a number of sites, which I know you're aware of. So, and I think there is certainly opportunity, which we can talk to Director of Infrastructure and Assets about, to certainly dispose of quite a bit of the plant and equipment and machinery and other things that we're holding on those sites.
Excellent. Thank you, CEO. And Chair, if I can have one more moment on one item further. Just the policy for the Christmas pageant parking. The reason I think that it was deferred potentially out of this last time we workshopped it was there may have been desire from elected members to review the arrangements of free parking everywhere in the city on pageant day. Certainly my perspective is that encouraging 30,000 people to come into the city for an event and to be actively encouraging people to drive would be contrary to the other policies and strategies that the council has in place. It is a bit of a headache getting out of pageant day. But not only that, we do know that the Christmas pageant costs us up to $250,000 to run, and having some parking fees in multi-stories or elsewhere may help us to recoup some of that revenue expenditure. So I'm not sure if you'd like to pull that out and actually workshop that policy specifically another time, or if tonight's appropriate.
Through the chair,
Sure.
we're certainly happy to hold this one policy back. If you have an issue, I know that Christmas pageant sales benefit the board sets as well. Perhaps it can be part of that consideration.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea if we can pull it out and include it into the Christmas, the grand Christmas review. I think that's sensible.
That will need to be moved as an amendment to tonight's motion, if you want it removed.
Yeah, thank you. I'll move it as amendment on officers' advice. I think everyone's pretty clear that we're pulling it out and just putting it into a separate review process. Do I need to word something specifically? Are you happy with that, Sia? Yep.
So I don't know if you can hear down the end of the table there, but Councillor Posselt has proposed an amendment to remove the Christmas pageant parking policy from the suite of policies that we're approving this evening, so that that can come to workshop. So I will...
Could you just remind us of that policy?
The policy is free parking citywide, and I just think it should be part of the grand Christmas review, because we're reviewing everything. So why don't we do that and actually discuss whether or not it's a good idea, or maybe it's free parking in multi-stories and not on the street, or I don't know, but to have some actual advice on if this is...
You mean like how much revenue we're foregoing potentially?
Well, yeah, that's part of it, but also how much congestion we're generating by saying there's free parking when maybe people would choose to take a different form of transport if it wasn't free.
Councillor Harvey, do you want to start the debate on the amendment?
Look, I don't mind having a look at it. If it incentivises people to catch the bus, ride or walk, then that'd be fine. But also I don't want to be tight-wadded about, people coming in for the Christmas pageant. The only way they can get in is by driving.
Yep.
And if they don't come because they're going to be charged $4 an hour to park in the car parks, I'd hate to disincentivise people coming to the pageant, but I also understand that encouraging people to get here by other means is important. So I'm happy to have a look at it.
Chair, if I may just add a further point, just to Councillor Harvey's suggestion, by reviewing this, we may decide that we want to liaise with Metro to offer free bus services. We might want to liaise with Derwent River Ferries to put on extra services that we pay for. But unless we look at it, it'll just be status quo.
Any other commentary on this amendment, Lord Mayor?
Not on the amendment. No.
Not on the amendment.
Look, why don't we just
Alderman Zuko.
go through with the policy and look at other options separately, totally, absolutely separately. Ask the officers to provide a report, right, on the potential of encouraging people to come into the city of other means. Leave the policy as it is. And if we can do that, that's the way we go. Because, you don't want to discourage people wanting to come, and you've got to look at a lot of the pageant actually draws a lot of family and groups of people. And, some families might be coming from areas where it's difficult. So I'm not going to support any amendment. I would say go through the policy and put forward a request for the officers to come back with options on how we can entice people to come into the city for the Christmas pageant as a separate line item.
Councillor Harvey.
Just to clarify, that was what I think Alderman Zuko was the intent of this, is to pass the policy to take out that one section out of it.
But what I'm saying is, go through with the policy. You can still amend the policy at a later date if the officer report says we can do this. That's the point I'm getting at. Let's get these policies through. We can amend policies at any time we want to. Right? All I'm saying is, ask the officers to come back with a report on options on transport for the Christmas pageant. And if they come up with a solution that we can bring people in by helicopter, fine. We'll go down that track at that particular point in time.
Can I just clarify? So, Councillor Posselt, you're saying let's pass this tonight, but we take that piece
Sorry, I'll jump in there. Councillor Harvey, he's suggesting we remove it from the suite of policies we're approving tonight. The whole policy.
That's right. But there's a policy that is solely dedicated to parking at the Christmas pageant. That is the policy. It's not a broader policy. It's just parking for the Christmas pageant. And there's 26 policies, so we still passed 25 tonight. We've got 6 months until Christmas. There's plenty of time for us to have a look at it and bring it back. I would think so.
Would anyone else like to contribute before I put that to a vote? Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, sorry. I I understand where Councillor Posselt is coming from. Maybe we could just get some overview on what we currently do, because we have those different services that people can utilise, like the ferries, and they can park up near the regatta grounds. I'm just wondering, maybe the potential benefits of taking it out and reviewing it.
Director?
I guess just a bit of context for the conversation tonight. We've currently got 3 different reviews occurring in this space between Christmas and parking. So we're doing a parking review which will look at future state technology. We're looking at our pageant, so we're doing a bit of an internal service review around the cost associated with that. And also next year, following conversation from last weekend, and look at a pageant action plan, a Christmas action plan of a range of events and how we operate our Christmas programs. So across those 3 reviews, there might be some scope to also look at all the policies that are related to Christmas, of which the pageant parking policy will definitely be one that will be considered and reviewed as part of those 3 separate reviews as well.
Great, thank you. Okay, we'll put that then. All those in favour of removing the Christmas pageant off-street parking policy from tonight's approval of policies, say aye.
Just a clarification, please. I'm not very clear. So if we pull it out, that means it's only not presented at the council meeting in August.
CEO.
Thanks. So the amendment is to withdraw the policy and so altogether, and I think, as explained by Alderman Zuka, I think the likely scenario would be we would prepare a report to deal with the broader issue and bring that back, obviously pretty quickly, because it isn't that long till Christmas, so we can resolve whether the policy is going to be retained or going to be changed.
Yeah, I would prefer a report with that personally. Before I make a decision for this.
Yeah. So.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any more clarification required before I put the vote?
Yeah, there is clarification, because I think there's still a view that if we're pulling it out, it means we're rejecting it. I think what we're doing is we're just saying that that policy will go through further review. Is that my understanding?
Yeah.
It's not
and a report will come back to
We're not voting
council.
to undo the policy, we're just voting to do
it.
a bit more work on it before it comes back to us.
So it will come back before December.
Yes.
Yeah. That's, for me, that's important. And if not, then I'm not in favour of it. That's what I'm saying. That's my position.
Chair, just to
Councillor Posselt?
try to get further clarification. All I'm really seeking is we haven't had a chance. This council has not reviewed this policy with qualified advice. Like, we've had the policy come before us for us to give it the tick of approval, but we've not actually looked at the data and received advice about how much it's costing, whether there's better options, on-street, off-street. We haven't reviewed this policy in depth, and I think that it's time that we have a look at it with some qualified advice so that we can make the appropriate decision moving forward.
I have a question through you
Alderman Zuko?
to the CEO. With any policy that the council has, can we amend it after we've even agreed on the policy at any time whatsoever?
Yes, yeah,
Okay,
there's
so
obviously
that's the point I'm getting at. Let's approve all the policies and simply ask the officer, I think they've heard what we're saying, officers to come back to see if they got any suggestions on overcoming the issues in regards to transportation. They may not be able to do that. At least we've got the policy in place. We can amend the policy at any time, at any council meeting. And also, what you've got to look at is, I understand that, the pageant's not until December, but in no time, a couple of months goes along, and then we've got no policy on what we're going to be doing. So let's implement the policy. look at possible changes, and if we need to change the policy, we'll do it at that particular point in time. I just don't see the need to pull a policy out that's been there for quite a period of time anyway. That's my 50 cents worth.
Thank you, Alderman Zuko. So just to be clear, if it goes through tonight, do we need to add anything in the discussion that requests a report back to us on the issue, or can we do that through a different mechanism?
Well, I'm happy to move that we approve the policy and that a further report come forward in regards to... No, you want to withdraw the policy.
We've got a motion currently. We're currently debating an amendment that needs to be voted on before we can move to any additional amendments.
Okay. Can I just clarify what Councillor Basalt... My understanding is he doesn't want the policy approved tonight, correct or incorrect?
That's correct.
It's correct, but it's not withdrawing it. This is not a withdrawal of the policy. It's that we're not approving it moving forward and asking for a review.
So in other words, is there a deferment? We're deferring it. Yes. Right? So that's a better way. We're deferring this.
Look, I think we just need to put this to a vote at the moment at this stage of the discussion. So all those in favour of deferring this policy on the Christmas pageant for qualified officer advice prior to approval, let's say aye. And all those against?
No.
Okay, a show of hands for those all for.
Councillor Silt, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Dutta, and Lord Mayor. Those against? Alderman Zuko, Councillor Kelly, Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Harvey, and Alderman Blomfield. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.
So that amendment is lost. Alderman Zuko, did you have an alternate amendment that you wanted to bring?
I just want to put the policy and then a further report come back in regards to options on transportation options. There you go. Simple as that.
That is an amendment.
Yeah, so the motion at the moment is, what's the motion that you've got? Just add that as a third point, which we can definitely do.
Okay.
Lord Mayor?
Yeah, I've just a question about other... Because my understanding of the process that we've been going through with these policies is we're bringing up suites. We're bringing up there's a lot of these. And you basically say, are there any ones you want looked at? And then you pull them out and then you're doing more work on them and they're coming back to it. So how many policies altogether have we... This is the first lot we're actually approving, but there's still, another... How many? 82?
This is the second lot we've approved.
So how many are left? 30 still to go. Okay, because I think it's really important how we do frame this process, because I don't want people to think it's a political act or a final decision to just say, actually, we want to review that a bit more. It's not controversial. That's the whole process of what we're trying to do. And in that respect, I guess I wanted to ask about the policy around seniors parking in a similar way, not to say that, like, I actually like our policies around seniors vouchers, but I again think it's worth looking at, because I don't know whether the voucher system is the most accessible. I've had complaints from people who are seniors but not pensioners, and they don't get it. So they're over 80, they live in municipality, but they don't get any vouchers. And they've asked the question, can we get in on the act, given we're ratepayers, and instead of giving as many to people all over the state, which is the current policy, I think. So I just think there's a lot in it. I understand it's worth over $1 million worth of parking subsidy a year, and we just should make sure that it's well targeted, it's really contemporary, that we've looked at the latest data, and so is that one in the mix for tonight or not?
Just before we move on to
Yeah.
another policy, I might just clarify that we actually have an amendment on the table at the moment from Alderman Zuko to add a point 3 to the recommendation tonight to get a officer's report on the Christmas pageant parking.
Okay. Must be in the next lot.
On alternative options for Christmas
Or
pageant.
maybe we did it last time.
Transportation, so it covers everything.
Do you want to put some wording together?
Yeah, I just did, yeah, that
Alderman Zuko is just putting some words
yeah,
together for
yeah.
point 3.
that an officer report come forward in regards to transportation options for the Christmas pageants, full stop.
Thank
which
you.
encompasses then right across the spectrum, okay? Transportation.
Great. Is there any debate on adding, before we vote on that amendment, on adding that additional point?
So my understanding is virtually very similar to the one we have just voted. The one is deferred for the purpose of collecting data to be presented to us so we can make a qualified decision. And this one here is, you know, my understanding is doing a similar sort of thing. We are getting information, but in a global.
May I explain?
I think that the difference is that the policy will pass
That's right.
tonight, and we will seek additional advice, and we can then amend the policy retrospectively. Is that correct, CEO?
And may I,
Yes.
if I may explain as well? if you
Yes,
mind,
Alderman
Chair.
Zuko.
There may be no solutions to it, like the officers might go to Metro and say, will you provide free buses? They might say no. So I'm just giving you, they might come back with what they can do or what they can't do, or possibly nothing. So at least the policy's in place. That's the point I'm getting at. We can amend the policy when we need to. Again.
Any other debate on the amendment? Lord Mayor? No? Anyone else?
Well,
Councillor Posselt?
Thank you. I'd just say that, you know, if you're not going to review a policy when a policy's up for review, like this is a policy review session, and say, well, we're just going to wave the policies through, not actually review any of them, and if you want to review it at a later date, we'll do that then why bother with a policy review other than that it's legislated to do it every 2 years? Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Appreciate your feedback.
No problem. Oh, well, all right, for that matter.
Just have a little bit of
through
order
you,
around the
Chair.
table. I might just clarify that with the Director. These policies have been reviewed at an officer level prior to coming to elected members. It's not entirely the responsibility of this workshop right in this moment to review the policy.
Through you, Chair, that is correct. I also say that the policy is sitting here right now. It hasn't been withdrawn. It's still in action. So if it wasn't passed tonight, the policy still just sits there anyway. I think what Alderman Zuko is asking for us is to do some additional work to inform the elected members. So further consideration may be given to whether an amendment is required to that policy for Christmas this year.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Kelly?
Yeah, look, this is pretty basic. We just spent 20 minutes wasting time and boring the public here over a procedural matter that is simply, as Councillor Zuko said, that's all we've got to do. We're getting the same net result, keeping our policies and all the procedures there nice and tidy without tearing stuff apart and having that many littered policies in there. This is basic. I think we should get a bit better grasp on how meetings are run with these sort of commentaries. So, yeah, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Dutta.
Chair, it is my understanding that we had this workshop for this very purpose, you know, for us to be speaking twice, 3 times, or whatever, if we want to. Now, it is not wasting time. You know, I think that's a misnomer. Those use of words, it really, for me, is not true. Everybody's entitled to express their views. We must listen to them and then make a decision. So the recommendation, I will support it, and I think that's fine. But it's important for us to go through that. We may not be on the same page, all of us, and we get there in 5 minutes or 10 minutes, but it's important for us to deal with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dutta. I'll put that amendment now. All those in favour?
Aye.
Anyone against? That's carried unanimously.
So on that other one, it seems as though it's not on this suite. So, but when it does, can I just make a general comment that before any, can we make sure that the reviews about parking that were being talked about, that anything that's in this old policy book is kind of captured in that review, so that it comes to us as part of that review, maybe, or it stays as it is until it maybe gets recommendations made through the review. Because I think the way this policy book, if you want to call it, has built up is quite random. You know, it's a whole funny collection of things that we've decided to make policies about, sometimes without a strategy behind them. So I sort of think those parking ones, and the one I was talking about, if that can be, you know, considered as part of that, the broader strategic review of parking.
Through the Chair, yes,
Sure.
and I certainly know that during that has been made a note that this will be part of broader review in regards to parking in general.
Great. Councillor Posselt.
Yeah, thank you. Just generally on the Mayor's comments earlier, can we please be provided with some written advice of the purpose of these policies coming before us, beyond just the statutory requirements? Councillor Kitsos mentioned that officers have reviewed the policies, which they have, that's why they've been changed, but it's our role to authorise policy, is that correct? This is a big P policy for council to sign off on?
The CEO has agreed, yes, that's right.
Yes, so we are signing off on policies tonight. This is the decision-making forum. This doesn't come back to council. We don't see these policies for another 2 years under the Act. And if nobody around the table is willing to actually review the policies as they come through, I'm kind of at a loss as to why it's a statutory requirement that we review policies every 2 years. If we're just ticking and flicking, I would say that nobody at the table is doing their job.
So any other contributions? Yes,
I asked the question already to the CEO, and I'll ask a question again. Can elected members bring policies that have been approved for amendments at any time they wish to do so?
Yes, they certainly can. And I might just run through the process just again so people are very clear. So the policy review process has been mapped out by the executive. So you are receiving recommendations from the executive in terms of whether to amend, to rescind or to maintain the policy as is. That has come to a workshop. So you've had an opportunity to informally go through that and raise concerns. Equally, in terms of the time afterwards or before the agenda, in that sense, to raise those concerns, and they're now on the table for the council to make a decision on them. So I think this isn't the first time that you've had to review them, and I think the fact that we're making changes tonight, we can certainly adapt to it, but that's, I think we have, as an organisation, reviewed the policies.
Another question I have, if you wouldn't mind.
Yes, Alderman Zuko.
Would it be not appropriate for the elected members, when we are amending a policy, to get qualified officer advice in regards to those amendments?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
Alderman Bloomfield.
Just a small question. My understanding was that when we make a decision in this room, we can effectively bring another motion at a later meeting and have it rescinded and changed. But there is a very high or a higher expectation to that next level decision. I'm not entirely sure, I'm not over exactly what it is. I've not actually seen us do it before, but I understand it's something like having an absolute majority or something. Is that correct? When we're actually overriding a prior decision in the same term? Does that make sense?
CEO?
I just think there was something stronger about what we had to do to override a prior decision, and I just want to make sure that we're all clear of that, if that's something substantial.
Like a council, and we can check the mechanics specifically in terms of whether an absolute majority is required for a policy change. But I mean, it can be done by a notice of motion in terms of requesting a review, and you'll find that the recommendation from that could be that the officers suggest that we do rescind a policy and replace it by another policy, and generally that would be done by an absolute majority.
Thank you, CEO. Any other discussion before we move on to our workshop item 8.1? Councillor Dutta.
Just one more question, and again it's an observation I'm making on page 127 of the supporting information, attachment B, number 4, Australian Institute of Company Directors course. Now, the second paragraph states, and that this would be approved at the discretion of the Director of Corporate Affairs. Is this an addition to this policy? In blue it is. Page 127, number 4, the last, second paragraph, and there in blue, it would be approved at the discretion.
Yes, that's an amended
Yeah.
addition to this policy.
So my question is, you know, what's the discretion there that is going to be used by the director to use that discretionary judgment?
My understanding, Councillor Dutta, is it relates to the funding side of the policy. Is there any further commentary from you, CEO?
So that's the nature of that particular amendment, is that obviously very expensive training course. Obviously we're supporting and wanting to see those undertaken, but at times the director may need to make a decision based on the availability of funding to be able to provide different elected members with access to the course.
Yeah, so my follow-up question then is, you know, it's my understanding again, I have read that it's for an international conference, for example, there is an amount set aside as well as a 5,000 or 6,000. Now my question is, so if a person decides not to go for that international conference or whatever, and he wants to in fact do this Australian Institute of Company Directors course, is that available?
CEO, would you like to answer that?
Look, there'd be plenty of different scenarios you could put to me, and each would be, you know, able to be considered equal to the other. In terms of it, I think having the discretion from the director, if there is an ability to say, well, there's funding not being used in this portion of the budget, to be able to then consider in that, and then of course, I guess that's why it's been provided that that discretion be with the Director of Corporate Services.
Okay, thanks.
Is that all, Councillor Dutta?
Thank you.
Any other commentary before we move on? Alderman Bloomfield?
I was very interested in about that section 4 as well, for the fact that it is an expensive course. It is something that I think the room pretty much had walked away from being able to understand we could actually get funding to do it. So I feel that this is actually opening a door to getting appropriate funding, and I think it's one of the more important courses available that all of us should actually make the effort to attend and do. I was also interested too, there's some other elements in here that were quite new. One of them was that, I don't know if elected members have noticed, but council car parks would be included as part of our free parking facility as well, which was new, not just the off-street parking. Also too, there was actually available travel for sister cities with an actual budget assigned for that, which I thought was great. Not that I think any of us have actually ever had the opportunity to use it, and the same with international travel for training. I've not actually seen any of us be offered anything for that either. The other element that I thought was interesting was that there's been some really big upgrades with car use in general to allow for EV use, to allow for scooter use, to allow for Ubers and all the other types, which I thought was very equitable. So I do actually very much appreciate the work that's gone into upgrading and effectively modernising the way we look at elected members' remuneration. Thank you.
Any other discussion? All right, moving on to items for... Sorry, apologies everyone, we do actually need to vote on that. We're not in items for workshopping just yet, so I will now put that. We had a mover, didn't we, in the initial discussion? Moved by... You moved it, didn't you? No, moved by the deputy. It was moved by the deputy. It's been a long debate. We've lost track of that. Apologies. So moved by the deputy, and now I will put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Anyone against? That's carried unanimously. So we're moving to items for workshop and straight into the business events Tasmania 8.1. And I understand we've got a visitor here with us tonight presenting, Nick Maguire.
Thank you, Chair. So the purpose of this item is to discuss the proposed partnership agreement with Business Events Tasmania for 2025-26, and also to hear from PET about the outcomes from the 24-25 partnership agreement. So we have Marnie Craig, who most of you will be aware is the CEO of BET, and also Crystal James, who manages the stakeholder engagement side of BET's work. So I hand over to Marnie, who I think is going to lead the presentation.
Thank you, Marnie. Welcome.
Thank you, Lord Mayor and elected members, for having us again. So here for our annual presentation. I'll take you through the first part, and Chris will take you through a portion of the presentation as well. So I think most of you will have seen these statistics before, but just to give you a summary of the latest data, which is 2023 study. So we're in the midst of doing a refresh study, but this is the official study. So Business Events Tasmania, business events contribute $199 million in direct economic expenditure to the state each year, bringing in about 51,000 delegates, with 89% intending to return. So I'll skip past that one. I guess the important thing for business events is, for a city, is that they actually do disperse, and the economic impact is vast and reaches across the city. Some of you will have received a presentation book prior to this meeting, and you'll see people like Katinka from Lily and Dot talk about the impact on her retail shop, so a small local retailer, and how conferences actually impact and reach that. So it's not just hotels and conference facilities, it does obviously reach beyond that, and transportation and experience. So that's just a breakdown of some of the categories within the 199 million. Our organisation was established 35 years ago as the Tasmanian Convention Bureau. There's one in every major capital city across Australia and throughout the world. Funded by the City of Hobart since 2009. So our role is twofold. We're a destination marketing organisation chartered to bring people to Tasmania, and we're also, from a marketing point of view, but also direct sales organisation. So we directly bid on 50% of the activity that comes to the state. Until 2020, we operated under a 3-year memorandum of understanding with the city, and moved in 2020 to a 12-month agreement. We have been working with the officers. This is a proposal that we just probably wanted to bring your attention to. Whilst the 3-year MOU was still approved annually, so it's not fixed, but it does allow us to have much more strategic conversations with the city, and have a much broader, longer-term strategy. So we just raised that, open for some impact, but we just wanted to obviously touch on that. And obviously, from our perspective, moving back to a 3-year MOU would be ideal, but understand that's a decision that you will make. Each year, we do obviously get a number of questions, and this one always pops up, so we thought we'd include it in the slide deck today. So across the major regional centres, we are a statewide organisation, but as you can see, 90% of delegates actually come to Hobart. So it's obviously predominantly the south, largely to do with all of the things that matter: access, infrastructure. So as you can see there, that this is a comparison. As I said, we get asked this each year around the local government funding that we receive across the state, and obviously the percentage of that versus the percentage of activity. So that's really just to give you that lens. This is our activity this year that we have won. So we won 97 business events this year. 24 of them, I think, are held in that financial year. The others provide a long lead time and pipeline into the city. So we do provide a really solid pipeline across a number of years. But this was our one activity this year. so 27,388 delegates. This is an increase from the previous financial year of 12%. Our bidding activity has grown by 20% this year. So we're in our business strategy, we're in a major growth cycle. So this is year 2 of major growth for us, and it's tracking well, and those numbers are obviously for Hobart. How do we use the funds of the partnership of the City of Hobart? One of the critical elements of actually converting business into the city are site inspections, and we use the money that we receive from the City of Hobart specifically to enable that. We do a number of activities. We do familiarisations as well, which is about showcasing the destination. We attend trade show events. We represent the city in a number of ways, but your funds are specifically used to bring people into the city to show them the capability and to help them make decisions around whether or not we can deliver on their event. The conversion of site inspections more than doubles for a standard piece of business. So it's actually really critical to actually get people to understand and bring them to the city and experience the city ahead of making a decision. So that's, obviously if you calculate it out, it's a return on investment of $347 for every dollar that you invest. So it's a really important part of our business. This is just to give you an idea of our sales pipeline. This is the current Hobart pipeline. And as I said before, we represent 50% of the market, so that's our sales element of what we do. Obviously the marketing, destination marketing brings people directly in dealing with venues, and we're not included in that. So as you can see, it's a pretty big pipeline. So 99 confirmed business events still to take place, 134 conferences pending a decision. So as you can see, the economic impact, we get a lot of data. We know daily spends, how long they're here, and this is specifically for the event itself. So pending a decision, we've obviously already taken them to bid stage. And under development refers to we're actively in conversations with qualified pieces of business that are looking at the City of Hobart. So and how that comes down to the bidding process. I'm going to hand you to Crystal James. Crystal handles our visionary program, which is broader than the visitor economy. Obviously, we play into the tourism and visitor economy space, but we also run a visionary program which is about strategic business, and it offers legacies well beyond, obviously, just visitation. So Crystal's best placed to take you through this.
Thank you. Thanks, Marnie, and thanks for not saying all my speech here. So our visionary program, when global subject matter experts travel to a conference to share their experience and knowledge to our local industry, the impact that has on our early career researchers or those due to the industry, and the collaboration that comes from the knowledge sharing is invaluable. Business events are a catalyst for industry and business growth through the opportunities they support in career development, investment and trade opportunities, talent acquisition and research collaboration. To further build on these business events, we have our Visionary program, which is a community of like-minded individuals, people who are all experts in their industry, some recognised globally for the work they've done in progressing their industry, who all have a shared goal to further grow Tasmania and working with BET to secure business events aligned to their industries. In June, earlier this year, we had our 2025 induction where 11 Hobart-based visionaries were inducted into the program. Some faces you might be familiar with. We've got Professor Tracy Dixon, the first Tasmanian-born director of Menzies. Pat Wongkapan, he was first introduced to Hobart through attending a conference here. He now calls Hobart home and is a sea ice biogeochemist, ecologist. Sean Van Still, the Operations Director at Core Marine. Associate Professor Shauna Gull, epidemiologist studying risk factors and outcomes for heart disease and stroke. And Dr. Louise Rimmer, who you probably most of you are familiar with through the work she's done with Main Street Australia and the retailers in our city. When we talk about business events beyond tourism, these are just some of the examples of conferences that showcase Hobart's Antarctic and marine science excellence, provide platforms for future investment and talent acquisition. We had to be selective with our list, it's quite big.
Yeah.
These are our favourites. And from these conferences, these are just some of the examples of how we share the success stories, and we often find that these case studies, they find bits of gold. From the zooplankton production conference, we've got a PhD student now relocated to IMAS from Europe to undertake their PhD from coming here to attend this conference. And we find that once we share these stories, that's when people start to realise the opportunities that it has for them and for their careers and for their industries. And I'll just hand back over to Marnie now to finish off.
Part of the destination marketing work that we do is actually about positioning the city for growth. So whilst we obviously service the existing markets with the Hobart Airport redevelopment, obviously, and the opening up of International Gateway to the city, we secured some funding through the state government to look at growing the international markets. This is a huge opportunity for the city of Hobart. The business and the volume of people, although they are on brand, 50 to 100 is the average delegate size. So it's not mass tourism, but it's really valuable, high-yielding business, and that market will open up, we'll see, with obviously the gateway. So last year, with the increased funds that we secured through the state government on a short-term 2-year contract, so we went to Frankfurt to look at the European Association marketplace. Just to give you an idea, we've never had the funds to be able to open these markets up. I presented, I was part of the Tourism Australia delegation who presented to 15 media outlets, and not one of those media outlets had actually ever heard of Tasmania. So it's actually quite phenomenal when you travel and you find that they hadn't heard of Tasmania before. The topic that we presented on was sustainability, and I followed all of the major capital cities of Australia who were doing great things, but it was really clear that our sustainability story was on another level. The media we have been engaged with since, and we'll actually be hosting 5 of them in February to come to Hobart, but our sustainability credentials are absolutely world class. Net carbon negative, being able to talk about some of the visionaries and some of the work that we're doing here, they were absolutely blown away and certainly put Tasmania on the map. And it's really important that we continue to do work like that and start to attract those global conferences. The European market make decisions on sustainability. It's a really important factor. So it's really important that we can get that story to them. The Southeast Asian incentive market, which is by far the highest yielding in the global economy, they spend on average $3,500 a day per delegate. That market's actually quite phenomenal. Perfectly placed for winter. They actually are looking forward to getting away from the heat. So it's a really important part, obviously, in our visitor economy to be able to drive business in the low seasons for Hobart. And just to give you an idea, so from the work that we've done this year, we've already got 17 Northeast American clients coming on a familiarisation next year. 6 Southeast Asian buyers that are coming to Hobart, and 6 European media coming in. So we'll be hosting them through familiarisation programs, and it's where we get to bring them in and show them firsthand what we do and introduce them to what's so incredible about the city of Hobart. So that's just building on those future growth markets. We've got a small window of opportunity. I think we're looking at the word on the streets 18 months before we'll see the international flights, 12 to 18 months. So we need to do that work now to make sure that we're positioned and we can drive that economy. So that's, I think, it for our presentation. Happy to obviously take questions.
Great, thank you very much for that. I'll open that up to elected members to contribute now. Mayor.
Thank you so much. Thanks for all of your great work. I do have quite a few questions. Just around a couple of things. I mean, there's just, I guess, your comment on venues. There's a few things in that parcel.
Yeah.
Firstly, just around this small business market, I feel like we don't really have many high quality small meeting venues. Now that the Elizabeth Street Pier particularly has been taken out of the mix, I'm just wondering what you're doing to kind of advocate in that space. I'm thinking about places like the Treasury Building, if that is going to be redeveloped, whether there's opportunities there, and like how do you I know there are a lot of the events are bigger, but how do you find looking for sort of nice, interesting, smaller spaces?
Yep.
And also, is there anything you can do around PW1 and the accessibility and usability of PW1?
Yep.
To me, it feels like it's underutilised. I don't know why it couldn't be better utilised. You know, actually advocating for that
Yep, sure.
venue. And I guess the third piece in this is the kind of the elephant in the room about the stadium. The council has a different position. Like
Sure.
The official position of the
Yep.
council is that, on balance, we're not big fans. And part of that actually is around the fact that we don't, you know, that location would have been a great place for a convention centre, like actually looking more at a convention exhibition centre of sort of 2,000-3,000 seats.
Yep.
With a bigger exhibition space, and actually designed for the convention market rather than just a kind of an add-on to the side of another building.
Sure.
Do you think we'll ever get a convention centre like much more in that sort of design for conventions in Hobart? And are you thinking about that? Because I know Launceston is now pushing for a convention centre, and I guess I'm just conscious of how do we...
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so I'll go in order so that I remember. The first question, we absolutely advocate across all sectors. What's really important in the smaller part of the business, and this is actually fairly new to Hobart, to Tasmania. So predominantly we were always an association conference market, so rotating association conferences, which are fairly large, you know, generally above 300. With the opening of a number of hotels, particularly 4.5 and 5-star hotels, the smaller markets that need small meeting rooms, because association conferences need a lot. They need a plenary, they need trade exhibition, they need a lot. So it's very niche, and only a couple of properties in Hobart can actually truly serve that market. So the marketing mix is really critical for us. And it's been really great for us to be able to play in different markets. So we have been expanding. So we're now around 60% association and 40% corporate, which we used to be. We actually got to a peak of like 50-50 sort of. So that corporate market's really important. They just need a small meeting space. They don't need all other infrastructure around it, and they base their decision on hotels and experience. So Tasmania plays very well into this space. We do sort of, on experience, cap out around 200. So it actually becomes, scale is a little problematic in the corporate market for larger than that. So I think we are actually servicing that fairly well, and their meeting requirements are quite small. The market that I think particularly the international will open up is called an incentive market. So it's similar to corporate, however they have a lot more money and everything, and they invest, they will build product with you. So they will pay. We had one recently where they couldn't get it, the types of furniture and, you know, that they wanted to deliver this particular event and the theming that they wanted. So they actually bought it and they donated it to Tasmania. So they spend and they build product. So we always would like to see more space open up, but I would say that we are not seeing the squeeze on the really small spaces yet. We do see it at certain times of the year on hotel occupancy, however. But I think if the more market we can bring, the more investment in those areas, and I think you'll see those venues actually focus in as well and give more time to the business event market. They're obviously largely leisure at the moment. So that's the first question. Now, second question, PW1. So we actually do quite a lot at PW1. PW1 works with a number of venues to try to expand beyond those two major conference facilities. We do a lot of gala dinners there. We've had a couple of conferences there, but you have to bring everything in. So when you have to bring everything in, it becomes cost prohibitive, particularly on an association conference. To be completely honest, we've actually found it difficult to get availability to PW1 at a number of times just around the event space, and we do predominantly come in the middle of winter and those kind of shoulder seasons. So we do a lot with them, but I think it's just, if you wanted to grow it, it's actually about building, I guess, the service delivery that you can do there, and not being so cost prohibitive typically to bring everything in. But it plays very beautifully into support as a support venue to other hotels in Hobart.
Do you advocate for more to be spent on PW1, for example?
We do work with them, and at times the state and ask for state government support to be able to enable the costs to be able to deliver on that. But yeah, as I said, I mean, we find it quite hard to get in there with events. So yeah, but it might just be those particular times. But we do work with them very closely and do a number of activations. But it's a great space. It can really, you know, it's so flexible in what it can do. So absolutely we'll advocate as much as we can to broaden that opportunity. And yes, the stadium. So our organisation has a position on the stadium. Obviously, in growing our market, we are limited by infrastructure. So my advocacy in the stadium space has been about, well, if we're going to have business events, and obviously multi-purpose is what they're looking for, and business events is a really strong market from a yield perspective. We said you need to increase your capacity. Currently, Hobart is 1,100, which can be done at both Grand Chancellor and West Point. And we advocated and said, if you're going to do it, you need to be able to grow that market. Ideally, my wish was, well, you know, 2,500 makes us competitive in the Australian landscape, so we'll be able to compete against places like Geelong and Cairns and those kind of markets that really we go up against. But obviously that the floor space wasn't available in the stadium. However, they did increase, and I was pleased to see them increase that to 1,500, which equates to $335 million worth of business. So between 1,100 and 1,500, that's how much business there is that we've qualified that can come to Tasmania if the business event infrastructure is included in the stadium. So as an organisation, we're supportive of increased infrastructure wherever that may be, and at the moment we've only ever been given Macquarie Point development to review and comment on. There haven't been any other plans given to us, but that's the size of the market if we increase to 1,500. You know, if you increase to 2,500, I have done the numbers before and they are phenomenal. And I still believe the size of the city and the hotel rooms that we have in the city, that 2,500 is not too big for Hobart. I think, you know, I don't think that we're a market on brand to attract 10,000s and those, but I think that would have been the sweet spot.
When are we going to get our convention centre with a attached exhibition space and, you know, nice little breakout meeting rooms and like it's designed for that?
Yeah. Well, we've done our best to wrestle with the stadium design to make sure it actually fits, because a lot of people put a meeting room in and they don't put the other infrastructure. They have actually put it in, so we'll see what happens there. We'll see in the coming days where things are landing. But there is a lot of debate around conference spaces, and I'm probably only really comment on the things that I'm given tangibly to comment on. The thing about a large conference or purpose-built convention centre is obviously there is some thinking that that is not on Tasmanian brand to have a large, big, open convention space. So there's obviously that mindset that people are more keen on the multi-purpose, which is why I think we've landed where we have. But obviously we can produce the numbers and do what's required. Interestingly, even though we're at 1,100, you probably only see around, I mean, it's huge numbers and huge money, but it's about 8 a year into Hobart in that size. So it's whether or not people have the appetite for a convention space that might see really good return, really good numbers of delegates, but it may only be, you know, one a month, and whether or not people think that's enough volume and whether there's enough business in Hobart or Tasmania to support that facility longer term. So that's kind of the debate on the convention centre. I guess our organisation hasn't formed a strong policy on that either way, but obviously happy to provide data to support that. But we are limited by infrastructure in the south, in the north and in the northwest, and happy to obviously advocate where possible.
Thank you, Marnie. That's a very comprehensive answer for everyone tonight.
Thank you.
I'm just aware that we have a break scheduled at around 6 o'clock to allow us to have a bite to eat and liaise with the community that have attended. Councillor Harvey, would you like to ask some questions?
Just quickly, so with the venues that are available, can you get them when you need them? I know you're probably booking 3 years in advance, but is that a problem as well, that the availability is not always there?
It's not always there for the larger conferences at this point in time, no. A number of conferences can't go to Rest Point because it's a casino, and obviously they are unable to go there. So we do have times where Grand Chancellor is already fully booked with conferences, so we do.
Say no?
Yep. What we do though is we put it in for another year, so, but if we can't find the date, there's nothing we can do.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks very much for your presentation. Appreciate it. You referred to $387 on every dollar spent in the city.
Sure.
I was just wondering, could you just tell me how that was calculated?
Yep. Yep. So with our economic impact, we actually do a lot of surveying and a lot of research. So we actually capture delegate spends, and we know the average daily spend, and it is qualified through Research House. We know the average daily spend. So I think on that slide I referred to specifically how we use your funds, which is $80,000. We use those funds to deliver site inspections. We spend more than $80,000 on those site inspections every year. But if the business that we have won specifically that has come through a site inspection and converted because of that site inspection, we capture the economic impact of that business event, and that's calculated by days of the event that it's held and the average daily spend. So that is multiplied up to tell what that economic impact is. It doesn't have all of the additional retail and all of that in it. It is directly that. And so we've calculated that from the ones that we have won through those site inspections, and how many millions of dollars that has brought into the city, and obviously divided by 80,000 to get $347, which is what we have to do with all the state government funding as well. Actually, we calculate return on investment specifically to the activities we do.
Any other questions? Councillor Posselt.
Thank you. A couple of things just on that item. Would you agree that there's many other factors to how we attract events here, and then it's a bit of a long bow to say that the $80,000 that we've contributed to bring a delegate over has somehow led to a $370 return? Because there's so many other, like the funding for tourism, TAS, the funding for Destination Southern Tasmania, our city's branding, all of that stuff contributes, right, to getting those conferences to come to TAS.
Well, they all do, but yeah, the calculation that we've given you is specifically to people that came on a site inspection, and the way we qualify people for a site inspection are people that are currently sitting on the pending and they're considering Hobart or they're considering another destination. So they ask if they can come here because they need to come here to experience it. So it is very much it's very targeted money. Familiarisations are different. I think that's a different, but that's not money we use from the City of Hobart. So it's very qualified. It is specifically related to the fact that those pieces of business, and we capture it, it's all in our database, they weren't making a decision, or they weren't or hadn't made a decision until they came here and they requested a site inspection. Familiarisations are where we bring them in to showcase, and I guess that's a much more subjective discussion and qualification, but
yeah,
they are specifically qualified.
Yes, thanks. So I think it's a bit of a long bow. Can you tell us a little bit about your membership structure? It says in our report here that BET won't reveal its membership structure and how membership works outside of the public funding. We've just got a gross allocation of your funding that comes from the private sector, but no further details as to how much federal group pay to be a member of BET.
Yeah, sure. No, the membership model is available. I think that it's in the annual report. I mean, there's commercial in confidence, obviously, in our agreements with all funding partners, and obviously what you receive is in the annual report. The membership structure is pretty simple. There's 2 tiers. There's a tier that is basically more for venues that are specifically involved in business events, so they're actually winning pieces of business. And then there's a lower membership, and that's it's about $3,500. So for a major member. And then for a minor member is $1,100. So that's for everybody else, and some of those might be small businesses
so
like
that's
distilleries.
federal's paying $3,000 and the Grand Chancellor's paying $3,000 for membership?
Per venue. So you'd see...
the casino is paying $3,000, if you will.
Well, actually...
Or rest point, for a better term.
Well, I'm not going to do... So all of the federal properties pay $3,500. Rest Point has a different agreement because they have a number of activities they do, and they have a partnership arrangement with us. So they don't get a pure membership, they get a full partnership, which is the same for Grand Chancellor in Hobart. They're the 2 major conference facilities. So theirs are higher. I won't disclose the number, but it is significantly higher. But Henry Jones and Mac 1 and those properties would be spending $3,500. So the conferencing facilities are under a partnership.
Yeah, and overall the membership, conference facilities and Rest Point and so on pay a collective of about $180,000 into your revenue pool. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And they're estimated to receive how much of the conference venues receive in benefits? We've calculated out $375 for us for every dollar that we spend. How much does the casino get back for what they spend?
I haven't done the calculation, so I can't actually give that to you on their but I would say that the Grand Chancellor in Hobart receives the lion's share of the conferencing market because they are basically the only purpose-built facility for them. Yes. I guess the business event market is a small portion, though, of what those other properties do, and where they spend their money. It's not their major piece of business.
Thanks, Marnie. Alderman Zilko.
Yeah, even though you've got some major organisations who contribute, which deliver the conferences, because there's only a limited number of conference facilities in Hobart, the benefits are not necessarily directed at those conference facilities. It's directed to the greater Hobart through hotels, restaurants, cafes, bars and everything like that.
That's correct.
So there is a spin-off to the city.
Oh, absolutely, and we know that 27% of people that come bring family and friends, so they're not even attending the conference, and they stay on for an average of 4.7 days.
And some come back again at a later time as well.
89% intend to return on a leisure trip. So it's a major driver of the visitor economy, as you know, a number of different organisations are, but yeah, absolutely.
Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming in. I just had one question, I guess, just relating to this 348 to 1 figure. It seems to be an incredible return. I mean, it is incredible. It's like 35,000%. The previous year it was 157 and the previous year it was 144, which while they're lower, they're still pretty good returns on $1. I just wonder, I guess, looking at all of those figures, not just the most recent one, which is very big, is there any reason why the private sector is not jumping at the bid, champing at the bit here to actually fund this particular activity, given the incredible return it has for them?
Well, I mean, I'd love them to contribute as much as they could, but I mean, it's an interesting position, I guess. Some of those venues would think that they're paying a high price, and if you look at the visitor economy, there's a number of those venues who are contributing across a number of different organisations, and that's the model that they seem to believe is fit for. Sometimes business event conference organisers may be getting commissions and things like that, so I don't know their agreements and their operating models and their profitability, but that's what the market have determined as the price that they feel is right for us. I think we deliver an incredible return on investment for all of the funding partners that we have. We're a very small organisation that is delivering an incredible economic return. I totally agree with you that they all should be contributing a whole lot more, but that's what they're spending.
Fantastic, thank you.
If that answers the question.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Just one observation I made in there. It said the Asian buyers are coming in. So are they buying residential property or business farms?
Oh, sorry, no, they're conference organisers. So they're event planners. So that's our term. They're event planners.
Oh, right,
so
okay.
we call them buyers. So
Okay.
they're coming here to have a look, and to for us to be able to convert them and start talking about bringing business to us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Harvey.
Thanks, Marnie, for your presentation today, Crystal. I'm impressed with the figures. I think it's a great return for Tasmania and Hobart, and a good investment of council funds to get such a return spread across the region as well as Hobart, spread across the whole state. I'm hoping that there's a stronger market coming from the US as people decide they're not going to risk moving to an airport in the US and end up in Australia and Tasmania for conferences. Are you hearing any talk around that? You've got a number of conference buyers or organisers coming to Tassie as well, so I guess that's part of it. And that'll be a seasonal thing, so hopefully it only lasts till the next election. But ongoing, it could be a big market in the future, I think.
With the New Zealand direct flight, really opened the American market up, and it's what we tend to see out of the US is sort of really high end, around 40 to 50 packs. Business events coming in, and obviously the flight through. The American market is absolutely growing because it's a huge business event market, but nobody wants to do it in America anymore. So they are looking, and we are placed well. Properties like the Marriott opening has also helped that, because a lot of the international markets really align with particular brands. So we've seen a lot of interest out of the US with the new golf course. So things like that have really put Hobart on the map for that market. But yeah, so that's a market we are working with. We've always seen a little bit out of, but we're definitely seeing more interest, and I think there will be more.
And have you got any hints that our environmental brand is appealing to the American market as well?
Not as much as Europe. Europe, it's absolutely one of their key decision-making processes, and you look at the policies within Europe, and obviously travelling within Europe there. So sustainability is totally in the mix. US, I mean, it's probably an example of the current political environment, but they don't have it. It's not as strong, definitely as a key buying decision.
And one more question, thanks, Chair. And just with that European market wanting to pursue a sustainable conference, what other countries are offering something similar that we might be competing with, or other regions in Australia that might be tempted to compete against Tasmania for providing that sustainable component of the conference?
Well, I mean, yeah.
Or
So
catch a train rather than fly. Yeah.
As a long haul, a really long haul destination, I could only probably really comment on, and this was our first year into the international market. Our organisation hasn't been able to, I guess, go to those activities, which is why they've never heard of Tasmania before. So it's really important we're there. So I could only really comment on how we were placed against the rest of Australia, and I think it was very clear. I mean, I don't think there's anywhere else in the world that can claim net carbon negative for, I think, going on 10 years. So I don't think there's anywhere that can claim that. So that was a huge position for us. I think we're definitely placed well in the Australian market.
What would it take to get into that European market? Like to be able to push the brand in Europe more?
Flydac, I mean, look, obviously the announcement of a direct flight from Perth has been a benefit for us, because now they'll consider one stopover, but they won't really consider too many more. So being able to fly London, Perth, Hobart has got their interest. I think a flight from either Singapore or Hong Kong will do the same. It's just that access through. So access is critically the first piece of the puzzle. Yeah, and I guess that when Crystal and I were in Frankfurt and the announcement came just at the time we were there, the Perth direct flight from Perth. So I think if we can get that route going again, and then because they've obviously got such great international access out of Perth, that will see conversion, and then obviously a flight through Singapore would be ideal.
Just noting that we are starting to run over time, I'll go back to the Lord Mayor for a few more questions. If we can finish this discussion about 6:15 and then have a break until 6:30 before we talk about the taste. Thanks, everyone.
So just on this issue of membership
Yep.
and transparency, I think that is quite important for council and
Yep.
ratepayers and stuff. And I'm just wondering whether, we've done a little bit of research about other, like your equivalent agencies around the country, and like Adelaide has this kind of graphic on their website where they've got a very clear premium member B.
Yep. We used to have, yeah.
I'm just wondering whether you consider, making that more transparent, because it also helps people make a decision to join you.
Sure.
That, for example, has 12,500 for any hotel over 200 rooms, which I know, people get returns. So that was the first comment, just having something that's a little bit more, not just in the annual report, but sort of more.
We have a full membership prospectus. We've chosen not to put it on our website.
People might not know that they should join you, could join you.
Yeah.
If it was, if it's more visible that, yes,
Yeah, no, and yeah, I mean, we kept our membership model pretty simple. We actually did a membership model review a few years ago because the membership model actually was interestingly, it just was fractured, and it wasn't working in the sense that it was sort of, this is when I started, it felt more like we were a competitor to the industry than a partner. So we moved it to more of an ROI partnership model. And I guess, I mean, when you start looking at business models, and I don't think we're here to discuss this, but you've got to look at how much when you're a team of 9 people, 7.5 full-time employees, and you're pushing out 310 bids and attending, 7 trade shows and things like that, you've got to look at where you're best placed. And our primary objective is to bring business to Tasmania rather than making sure putting all our resources into that membership. I mean, I do hear your point. There's a lot of small businesses. We do have the membership models across the country with bureaus are known to be fairly fractured in the sense that, our job is to make sure we bring people to this destination. And I would hate to think that if we went too heavy on the membership model, that, that some of those uniquely Tasmanian brand organisations, small businesses who simply couldn't afford, $1,000 a year or felt they couldn't, were missed off that branding position. So yeah. I think it's definitely an interesting debate. And it is, I mean, in a perfect world, it would be great that everybody understood it. The business event market is quite small in Tasmania. Nationally, it's $35 billion a year. That's the last full research done on the business events held in Australia each year, and we get 199 million. So our hospitality industry, has obviously been very heavily focused in that leisure space, and the business event market is small. So it isn't an easy, even though our return on investment's strong, and we do calculate everything and qualify everything and measure everything, I guess it's up to that industry and those small businesses. But I'd hate to think that we lost selling the destination, which is really our core objective, I think, and more important. But from a financial sustainability, I mean, everyone's under pressure, every organisation, every industry, local government, state governments. So it is definitely something we have to consider for the future as a sustainable funding model.
Yeah, and I guess just a final comment was just on the Tourism Tasmania's budget is obviously pretty big. And to what extent do they help in the conference and business event market?
They don't. They're full leisure. Yeah. So
that seems like a strategic sort of mistake in a way to not put at least some money towards this.
I have my personal opinions about the way the visitor economy has been designed. Events and Tourism Tasmania are state government entities. We are a not-for-profit membership organisation, and I think we're the only one that sits outside of government. Not going to lie, that is sometimes absolutely the best place to be. But obviously it does mean it's a little bit of a fractured model. So we're funded in a different way, and I guess that's the way it's always been. It is similar in most states, although you will see the Northern Territory state government business events is within the tourism portfolio in the state government. Queensland, which is huge, is actually within the economic development of the council. They're not within state government either. So there's a few different models. Sydney's funded out of the trade portfolio, not the tourism portfolio. So yeah, it is a little different, but we have a close relationship with Tourism Tasmania around making sure we're basically known as a demand lever, as are events. So we all work together to make sure we're all pulling the levers at the right time and smoothing that seasonality out for operators. But yeah, that's how it's set up.
Great. Thanks so much for a great presentation and some very, very good answers. Really appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you.
So we're actually going to have a break this evening. We've got some afternoon tea dinner over there, and this is a chance to mingle with the people who have come to visit us today. We will commence again at 6:30.
Do you want to move this item now or after dinner?
We don't need to move it because it's a workshop.
There's no. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. 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 We excommunicate.
Yes, sorry. Oh, of course. Yes, of course. That's all right. All good.
I just turn it off so you can.
Donald Trump would be, no doubt. I just don't think, like, you made the same point last time. If you're not going to lose, federal and stuff, man. Federal's a fighter in an organisation. I mean, yeah, bullshit. They're going to come to problems on the outside, like, they do have plenty of policies. Yeah. That would have been hard. Yeah. No. It's just, yeah, and we're giving, like, the taste, we're giving $400,000. That's a lot of money. Not even time. It's $400,000 popping up. And it's not a time when the tourism company has to pop up. It's like, cities are like, sitting in the Hobart, sitting out, summer holidays, Christmas, about, all the Christmas stuff, New Year's Eve fireworks. You don't need to pop up a festival at the waterfront with cash. They can have it for, like, fine, yeah, absolutely. You can have all your own places, I've no dramas.
It'll play better.
It's not cutting their funding. You got to, like, this is the thing you have to say, no, we are continuing to provide almost $500,000 of support to taxes every year, and that will continue over.
To me, it worked out about 10%.
Can't. Just increasing the kind of same number. If we approve up to $465,000 in kind, we're not getting the cash. I just don't see the need for cash. They had 8,000 people through the gates on Family Day last year, and overall they had 88,000 attendees. I think, like, yeah, they're doing fine.
See what happened last year?
No?
We were just walking in. I refuse to take the freeze.
Yeah.
We're just walking in. Just interstate companies to post it. I was actually trying to avoid it.
Yeah.
Because we had the wrong interest guys in there. But they actually were coming at us.
Yeah.
We said, oh, we've been here all week. We're going home. It's on our week. We've got pass. We've got like season pass. Okay, sure. Thanks. So we got to the front. There was this freaking line. People lined up at the box office. She goes, oh, the tickets. Go this way.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, sold one.
Yeah, I can see the passes to the face most years to interface. But that's the other thing, like, on Family Day, council supported 3 days. Just giving them free access to the festival and they were going to go to it.
Turning up on that day.
They were telling me it's New Year's Eve. They were like, if you're going to the feast on New Year's Eve, you're going to the face on New Year's Eve, you're going to the face on New Year's Eve. And everyone's got to be out before the ticketed stuff. It just doesn't add
Not great model. It's very hard to see how we can ensure each other like that.
Yeah. Oh, no, you can't. You can't do that. The question, and that's when the question comes, you know, when what's the name of the company? Right at some point. Anyway, they're a for-profit entity. So really, they're just profit.
We're just looking up there for a while.
Yeah, totally.
Really make it more
Alright.
so it's just part of their problem.
Yeah, totally. If they were running like philanthropy like David does, running at a loss, and that's another reason why it's a different thing. Like Walsh is running like $500,000 loss every time he puts on Dark Profile. Fair enough for us to pop that up because it's the depths of the tourism industry. Like it's winter, it's cold, no one's coming in. Yeah.
Oh, and all that bloody massive store, like one with
Yeah. Yeah. Conversely, Emerson ordered some pig because he saw the pig on the spit, so he wanted some pork. And when he didn't get the whole pig, he was disappointed. He was like, I thought I was getting a 5-year-old swear. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm there. You're up the barracks down there, an oxen.
Yeah.
And they were roast they had to stop because there wasn't someone in.
Oh dear.
It's very hard to keep it all even.
Yeah.
Manage
Yeah, totally.
It's very disappointing.
No, I'll go get something, man. I've already had some. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I get too irritated when I eat, so it's like, so poor old Paul's like, oh, I'm just going to be waiting here and I'm eating. So I always end up going.
Best lecture I've ever had. He'd do another lecture and he'd stop at 40 minutes in. Because he said, see all these studies that lectures going, just go outside.
That's cool. Yeah.
He'd stop and tell the joke. And he'd also encourage people to, if you weren't supposed to listen to the lecture, people would have to he was like, bring a snack. It's like snack time. You can all bustle around and make some noise and I'll tell you guys. It's like a cool story. He'll tell these great stories. Brian's running to some people in the country in the 60s and he's got his £20 note in his wallet. Gave the guy looked at it. Took the £20 out, put it in his top pocket, go back and said, no, you can't. Just kick me out of here. He had lots of stories like that and he just told the silly joke. Just keep your mind off it. So then half an hour time. I learned sport. As opposed to Bruce Willingham, who played on and on for an hour.
I hate him too.
He always had the article on the
Yeah, well, I was going to say, what happened with me was that when I was training, I found the same thing. So when I was doing the corporate stuff, I just said, no, you only do it training between half an hour to an hour, and that's when you get it. So we're going to pick 3 things, you'll learn 3 things, then you come back next week and you'll learn another 2 things.
Simple thing, when they trained people in Department of Social Security and they had money and they did things properly, it was a 6-hour training day, because they said you just can't cram shit in after that.
No.
And it was 3 2-hour sessions, so really were careful about doing 3 2-hour bits. And it gives you more skills than you would forever, and then they had the basics already. But yeah, I always remember that 6 hours training, residents show really clearly that you try to calm us down, all else is
Just really
You can have a morning tea, Pete. I saw both of you. Service Council, remember there was one organised before? What was it, an afternoon thing or something? Invited you to shop across the table, and you got no idea of it.
What was that?
It's at the anniversary. They usually be done by 7. How much is it costing you?
Did you see 3.1.6 in the report, in the BEP report? I'll find a page on my hand.
I didn't think we'd get through those. It wouldn't come up.
People are angry at this.
Members of the public.
Page 25 of the BET report.
I was concentrating. I didn't see that people go out.
25.
Policy, I reckon.
No, agenda. Page 25 of the agenda.
Well, there was some clarification.
Yeah, come back to go. One more.
As it's now 6:30, I'd like to resume the meeting, please, at item 8.2, Taste of Summer. If Justine and Ben would like to come to the table to present to us.
Hello. So here to consider the Taste of Summer for 2025-26, their sponsorship proposal, with a presentation for elected members to ask questions and provide some feedback. I'll take the report as read, but just a couple of quick facts before we get into it. So Taste of Summer was established in 1988 and quickly became a key event on Tasmania's summer calendar, and now holds the title of Australia's longest running food and wine festival. The most recent Taste of Summer demonstrated a high return on investment of $16.4 million in economic activity, benefiting a range of industries across the Greater Hobart, with the 25-26 event predicted to provide significant value to the city. The city has provided financial support to Taste of Summer since 21, when Pinpoint Group took responsibility for the planning and delivery of this festival. I'll just note the report and presentation is for workshopping by the Hobart Workshop Committee, with a following up report to be provided to Council at the meeting on the 25th of April, where we'll seek Council endorsement of these recommendations within the report. To tell us more, I've got with us Catherine Dean, who's the General Manager of Taste of Summer, and I'll hand it over to you to present.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for having me back. I'm Catherine Dean, General Manager of Taste of Summer. I will give you a bit of an overview of where we're at, what we're working on at the moment, including some new branding, a bit of strategic planning, recap some of our stats from last year, and then some of our plans for this year and the Community Day. So just regarding our new branding, give you a bit of insight and thinking into the new brand. Given that we're now in our 5th year of the Taste of Summer, over the last 4 years, the Taste of Summer is now in a very different place to where it started back in 2021, which is a highly COVID-impacted festival.
So we wanted to reflect that growth and create an iconic brand that resonates widely, transcending age, background, demographic, growing the brand in a way that brings both long-standing and new audiences along on our journey. So with a layout and design reminiscent of a band poster, the simple use of photography is a tool to reflect good times, iconic Tasmanian food and drink shared with family and friends during the summer, paired with a cropped word mark that hints to the setting sun in the waterfront. Summer in Tasmania is unequivocally people's most favourite time of the year. Time stretches, the nights are long, and the days and dates don't really matter. There's a delicious smell of cricket in the air, and the Sydney to Hobart boats are arriving. Summer gives us a sense of nostalgia that we think is worth harnessing. The events, the moments, the gets-togethers, all that, more often than not, has happened at or around the taste. For locals, we hope this direction unlocks these associations, and for people new to the taste of summer, we're presenting a very contemporary expression of an iconic summer event. We want people to experience the taste as a meaningful marker in their calendar, not just a day out, but a moment that helps close the year, begin the next, a time for reconnection after the rush of December, a time to return to what matters, slow down, share table, local flavours, and the company of people who make summer feel rich and grounded. Ultimately, to feel that the taste helps them express something essential about being Tasmanian without ever really needing to say it out loud. So we wanted to not only unlock those memories and the feelings of nostalgia around the taste and summer that live deep and long in our minds, we also want to inspire people to create a suite of fresh new ones. So along with the new brand, we have been doing a lot of strategic and long-term planning for the Taste of Summer. We've created a vision that's proudly celebrating Tasmania's finest with the world at the table, and with a purpose to deliver a celebration of Tasmanian flavours and culture that ignites pride, forges connections, and establishes our island as a premier culinary destination where quality, sustainability, and joyful experiences unite our community and captivate global visitors. So I will correct on the that 16 million. Since we submitted that report, we've got a bit more insight into the market research. So, I mean, the 19 million is the overall number. The 16 was more of the in-scope visitor numbers, but I can come back to that. So you would have received the report. So just to recap on some of the highlights. So almost 90,000 attendees over the 8 days, 290 musicians and artists involved, and 19 million in direct economy contribution within the Greater Hobart region versus the in-scope visitor impact number that we had. So we had 44,000 visitor nights generated in Greater Hobart. 93% of our event expenditure is spent within Tasmania. Over 79% say the event makes them feel proud to live in Tasmania, and 88% believe the event is important to the region. So two numbers that we're very keen to grow even further. We had some really impressive marketing results this year, or last year, as we launched a large digital marketing campaign, resulting in 4.6 million impressions, 36% increase in our web users from previous year, 153,500 unique visitors, which is a huge increase from previous years. And with our current marketing plan, we're intending to grow this much further. So just to recap who our audiences have been or are, we tracked affluent and highly engaged consumers of food and wine and lifestyle experiences, from proud locals and families to professionals, culinary explorers and travellers. Our audiences seek out more than just a day out. They crave cultural immersion and sensory discovery. Elevated on-site spend across premium food, drink experiences and retail reflects an appetite for quality. Many return over multiple days, deepening the engagement and driving significant brand exposure throughout the festival. So our demographic is primarily between 40 to 60 plus years, with a growing younger audience each year. And our visitors are 60% Tasmanian, almost 32 interstate, and the majority of those interstate are from Queensland. So as part of our strategic planning, we've been creating some 5-year goals and some objectives that we thought would be valuable sharing with you all. So we're hoping to grow attendees and patronage to 120,000 over 8 days, or 15,000 per day. Achieving international brand recognition and awards, move from chasing partners to being a partner of choice. We want stallholders to thrive and exceed their expectations.
and we aim to increase diversity and the quality of offerings supporting innovation and excellence. So some of our objectives include building brand recognition and evolving perception of the taste, growing attendance and patronage, strengthening culture, community, environmental sustainability and access, ensure adequate investment and financial sustainability, enhance experience through quality and unique offerings, and geographic expansion, so both locally and interregional areas. So we are proposing to continue the successful City of Hobart Community Day on the 31st of December, offering free entry to the public between 12 noon and 4 p.m, which allows access to those that may otherwise not attend with an entry fee, and inclusive programming and community-driven activations. So last year we had 8,254 attend Community Day, so just in those 4 hours, which was a 44% increase on the year before. So, I mean, just to give you an idea, if we base the attendance on that day as, say, 30% kids, 70% adults, so kids are free already, then it equates to approximately a value of 87,000 in entry tickets alone for that day. So therefore making it now viable to continue to operate and open before New Year's Eve ticketed event that evening, whereas originally it wasn't viable to open during the day. So some of the current initiatives that I am keen to work with council officers on and already in discussion about is enhancing pedestrian safety, flow and enjoyment of the event site and the surrounding areas. Additional availability of city flags, banners for marketing with option to co-brand. Interest in working with the City of Hobart regarding programming and activations in the area, particularly the space between City of Hobart, Race Village and the Taste. Additional parking, transport options such as extended hours for park and ride, temporary bike parking areas, etc. I'm also working with other partners like Jack Jumpers and Hurricanes, advocating for the government to provide some transport, ideally free transport, including ferries and buses on those days that the games are on during the Taste. The idea being come to the Taste during the day and then head to the games. There's about 4 games during our festival that align with the home games of Jack Jumpers and Hurricanes. So working on a few initiatives like that. So sustainability is integrated at every level of the Taste, from build to breakdown. We've achieved previously 71% diversion from landfill and definitely looking at ways to increase that. We work closely with stalls on education and infrastructure. We have efficient waste management such as multi-sorting bins back of house. We have on-site waste sorting which reduces our contamination. We have a great relationship with Barwicks now for all our compost. So the Taste is generally working towards being a leader in event sustainability in Tasmania. We have a zero waste goal and working on a current business case to present to the government and others to work towards having introducing a reusable system for events within Tasmania. Developing an ESG policy to ensure we're adopting and incorporating environmental, social and government factors into our decision making. So moving forward, to maintain the growth, continue delivering economic and cultural benefits, implement initiatives aligned with the Tasmanian Waste and Resource Recovery Strategy and visitor economy priorities, we seek continued and increased multi-year investment in the future from all of our partners, and ideally, hopefully in the future, that will include the City of Hobart. And this helps us to expand regional access and inclusion, accelerate reusables and circular economy initiatives, increase visitor spend and event reach, leverage digital infrastructure such as CRM, patron apps, which drives engagement and insights. So the Taste of Summer really is more than just an event. It's a flagship experience that showcases Tasmania's identity, drives visitor economy outcomes and builds enduring value for communities, producers and our tourism future. That's all I had. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. Questions, comments, contributions? Councillor Posselt.
Sure, I'll kick us off with a fairly strong question, if that's okay. On the day of the Community Day, your profit model is derived from the sales of each provider?
Yep.
Yeah. Do you waive your profit margins on the Community Day?
Do we waive the profit?
Yeah.
No.
Lord Mayor.
A couple of questions. One is just around the kitchens, and it's probably as much a question for our staff. It just sort of feels like this is something that we sort of said we would look into, but it just hasn't happened.
Yeah.
I mean, would you be happy to just take them off us, or buy them, or is it, or does it's probably PW1 would have to buy them. They're never going to do that. So.
Yeah, I mean, I know that there's been many conversations going on around them. I think we've definitely put on the table around looking at storage for them, or taking on the maintenance and various things. If that was part of like a, whether it's government or council arrangement, but yeah, I don't know whether us purchasing as such has been put on the table, but definitely keen to have conversations of their future plan.
It just sort of feels like why are we still why are we still in the business of lending kitchens to event organisers? So anyway, that's probably for the stuff. And just, are you thinking about the future, which is a self-funding, largely self-funding model? I mean, there's probably always going to be, grant from the City of Hobart and a grant from the state government, but the state government's funding at the moment is pretty generous, and I presume that won't necessarily go forever. Are you sort of looking at how you can eventually become even more self-funding?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, financially sustainable in many ways, and whether that's through corporate partnerships or other things, we're definitely looking into that, building a much bigger strategy around partnerships at the moment. That's the idea. I mean, we're still fairly infant, really, after, I feel like 2021 doesn't really count. It was a hard year, but up to 4 years, it's still fairly new, but that's the idea.
And is there, and I presume you're looking at some of the other models, like the Adelaide, we've got a big food and wine festival, but I think the City of Adelaide only puts in quite a small amount to that, and even the state government. But it seems to have lots of big brands.
They have a huge amount of corporate partnership, Yeah, definitely. And looking at other things, of other programming elements, around Tassie, of things that we can keep doing throughout the year, and it's not just limited to that 8-day kind of model.
Yeah, right. Because I think, again, the Adelaide one, they do sort of visits, don't they?
A few
Corporate
breakout
visits
things
for
and
wine things. And So turning it more into a sort of travel and experiences company as much as...
I think just building on the building blocks of it, which is, Tassie producers, and whether it's collaborations of businesses and producers coming together and, having some extended workshops or other opportunities, getting into those regional areas, and, people that might not be able to always come to Hobart for it. There's other things that I'm sure we can tap into and build on.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to direct this question at you at this point in time, but Ben, just a question. When you received the application for sponsorship, was the application only for 1 year, or was there, is that all that was asked for?
That's what I'm getting a nod here, that it was a 1 year request.
Yeah, just a question, like, I know how events work and operate and all that. Why have you only requested a 1 year contract?
We've previously asked for multi-years, and we would love multi-year arrangement, but it hasn't been available from my understanding.
The grants programs have been under review, so we've had this 1 year grant suggested for this period, and then following next financial year we'd be open to multi-year agreements for all our partnerships and sponsorships.
Yeah, but couldn't we approve it? Couldn't we provide a 3 year contract, but subject to X, Y, Z, right? So that way, organisations like this, especially in the private sector, or all other organisations that are trying to run these events and trying to focus on improvements like the sustainability and doing all these things, they've got to look forward to actually plan and do these things, and to come back every year and say, oh look, we want money. Most likely we're going to approve it. Look, when you actually read the report, you know, in point 8, look, and I'll just be blunt and realistic. If the Hobart City Council pulled away from supporting this event, not this organisation, that I don't care who's running it, but if we pulled away from supporting this event, we'd actually be looked at in the sense of the capital city, Hobart to Sydney yacht race, all these things that are happening here, that we can't be part of an event that actually brings in massive economic activity for the city. So I would prefer to hopefully see that you know, we approve this, but with a further report to come forward in the future, and as soon as, to look at a 3-year deal, which gives opportunity for organisations to be able to plan with our council officers on improvements to the event. So, you know, I'm not going to move it now because I don't want to think, but I would like to see a further report that comes back as soon as possible, that gives us a look at the long-term plans of a sponsorship deal. Okay.
Thank you, Alderman Zuko. Deputy.
Can I just respond?
Sure. CEOs to make a response on
just
those
to
comments.
to clarify.
Don't get too close.
Yeah. So we are, your point is actually validly made, and so the grants review that we're just sort of in the process of implementing is doing exactly what you asked. So we're moving from that single year to an ability to consider multi-year. So we won't need to provide you a report because we're already sort of doing that, but that's next time this comes to the council will be for multiple years.
Okay, so it is coming. As long as it's coming, I'm happy. I don't have to move anything. It's fine.
Thank you, CEO. Deputy.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Really appreciate it. Do you also charge your stall holders a certain amount? And are we allowed to know what that is?
So we charge them the commission on their takings.
Okay, and what's the commission?
What's the commission? It has been previously 15% on food and 20% on alcohol stalls.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So there's not a stall holder fee.
There's a small 1,500 registration fee at the start, and that pays for a number of services and covers instead of a bond and various other things like that. So but it's based on commission.
Okay. So 15% of for each night
Of
or the
their
total,
takings.
or
Same.
yeah,
All their takings.
each night. Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, I was just thinking in my mind, what if somebody made like only, whatever on a Saturday, and then they tripled the value of their makings or their takings on the Sunday? Do you do the takings per day, or do you do it as a?
I mean, it's calculated, every day, but it is, it's all adds up to be the same at the end.
Okay.
Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for coming in and giving us the presentation. It was a good one. I just had a question, and I guess I'm just sort of spitballing here. We give you a large in-kind contribution and a smaller cash contribution. Would it be okay if we increased our in-kind contribution and removed the cash contribution? I mean, if something like that was to happen, would that cause any problems?
I think there's not much more that we spend with council above the in-kind amount. I think it's very little, actually. So it wouldn't provide any additional value
So
to us.
we're probably at the limit with the in-kind contribution. All right, great. That's an answer that I was looking for. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Any other contributions?
I guess,
Lord Mayor?
Can we just a question for the staff, because otherwise we sort of have to do it at the council meeting, just around the issue of the kitchens. And whether anyone's thinking, because of the in-kind, it's basically the kitchens and the road closures. Is that it?
I mean, mostly. It's a lot of equipment, like the tables and a lot of umbrellas, all sorts of things that was previously used for Taste of Tasmania. And then there is some of the services as well, and venue hire for like Salamanca Lawns, road closures. The Salamanca Lawns,
so there is a table of what is included in the in-kind, and you might whether we want to continue doing that or if we don't.
How much extra do you think you're spending on the maintenance of them?
Not a huge amount. It does vary from time to time. Mostly it's like electrical tag and testing and maintenance. We did have to fix some lighting, and there was a fan unit in one of the kitchens. Recently we've just upgraded the vinyl flooring, which was a little bit more costly, but it was at end of life wear and tear. But for the most part it's a small amount each year.
I know previously Dark Mofo and Taste together put a letter together about the equipment, proposing that the state government take it over and PWM manage the maintenance of it, and we could help with storage, but nothing has come of it, but whether it's...
We can certainly have a look at it, Lord Mayor. It's not something that's come up in my time as CEO, so we can definitely undertake to do a service review and look at what the options are in respect of us storing and providing that and maintaining it into the future.
I just sort of think it may be, given the state government's the major funder, PW1 is owned by the state government. And,
Makes sense, yeah.
It feels like they could be useful for PW1 to have access to them, more of them.
Councillor Dutta.
Just a question. With regards to setting up the kitchen, who does all that? Is it done by...
Setting them up. So we transport them all down, with trucks, and then we, as part of the in-kind, the fab team come down to help put all the panels together, and then we have gas electricians, all of them come in and connect up all the services.
So, just a follow-up question then. So, the time that the staff contributes, is that added to the in-kind contribution? That's already, okay. Yeah, okay, yeah, all right. And the another question is, on page 68 of the agenda, right at the second last column, I think, where it says, based on the road closure license, spaces blah, 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 the fee does not account for further metered spaces lost to relocated taxi or bus zones or disabled parking, etc. So just asking how much is that we lose then?
It's probably more of a council.
We might have to take that on notice, I think, and come back to you on that one.
All right. Because if that is the case, then the suggestion that was made that we increase the in-kind, could be factored in, as the point was earlier made, that's all. Thank you.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you. As part of our sponsorship of the one day, the $65,000 which goes to that day, is your organisation willing to share how much money that you make in the period that we sponsor?
What the takings are through stallholders that day.
Yeah.
We would definitely have it. I don't have it on me at the moment.
We've got 8,000 people through the gate, I think the report said. 8,000
for the community day?
For Community Day?
Yeah. The spend per head is significantly less that day than every other day, which generally happens on a free day. The spend is less, quite considerably, but I can't remember off the top of my head what.
And do you have any figures on interstate visitors on that free day? Do we know the breakup?
No, we did get some market research done that day because it's free, so we can't take it through ticketing. But that breakdown, they didn't break down that day as such. It just becomes part of our overall average, which is run separately through Events TAS.
Thanks.
Great. I think given the lateness of the hour, we'll move on now to 8.4. Thank you so much for your presentation this evening. Really appreciate it. 8.4 is draft open space strategy. Be Sean Black and David Reeve, sorry.
Okay, so the purpose of this presentation today is to talk about the draft open space strategy again. This is the second time that this strategy has been to a council workshop, having taken it back in November 2024. There was quite a lot of feedback and comment that we received through that workshop, and we've used that feedback and those comments to further refine this strategy to get it to where it is today. So the purpose of today, we're going to hand over to Brian. Brian will run us through the new look strategy. There's been quite a lot of change to the way it was presented the first time round. It's important to know that this is the first strategy that we've had of this kind for the city. So we've never had an open space strategy before. So it's an extremely important document in terms of how it will direct our management of open spaces into the future. We have been a very reactive group by nature, so the way we've managed our open spaces over the time that I've been involved with council, and a lot of other officers have been involved in council, has been in a very reactive way. So this will give us some clear direction going forward to provide open space to the community for the term of the strategy.
Thanks, Sean. Can you hear me all right? Is that loud enough? Yeah. So just going to do a quick brief overview of the project so far. Sean's probably mentioned this is the creation of open space strategy was a strategic objective directly from the Capital City Strategic Plan. And the strategy will help us plan and manage our open spaces for the future. Last year we undertook an open space survey. We've held internal consultation within the organisation, and as councillors may recall, we held a workshop last November as well, and we've done consultation with the executive leadership of the council as well, and now we're here at the Hobart workshop today, and in the future council meeting for endorsement to set the strategy forward. So what I'll do next is I'll just run through some of the changes and improvements we've made to the draft strategy. Since we met in November last year. Many of these changes are in response to councillors' feedback. We include a hierarchy and a list of parks and all bushland areas. We've undertaken gap analysis, mapping of the network of open space. We've reduced the number of principles to 5. We have an action on urban ecological restoration. We include an action to assess facilities for older children and teenagers, facilities such as skate parks, pump tracks and other facilities. The actions as a whole have been rationalised, and organised sport has been removed. And I'll provide some more information on these changes later in the presentation. So the strategy focuses on our bushland parks and green open spaces. In it, we detail why. We include comments from respondents to the open space survey. There's data such as population and physical activity participation. We have maps of our parks and bushland and information on our open space network, including suburb boundaries. We have the gap analysis, as I mentioned earlier. That looks at areas within 400 metres or 800 metres walking distance of a park. More to come on that later. We consider trends and opportunities and include a couple of case studies as well now to help explain what we're doing there. The hierarchy of open space and the main strategic content being the principles, goals and actions, and a couple of appendices. So the strategy on a page. This is something we've included in the document because we think it's a good sort of point of focus for people. This is the main strategic content, and it summarises the direction for what we plan to achieve through the implementation of the strategy. There are 5 principles with supporting goals to be delivered through the actions. So a little bit about the hierarchy. We have 5 levels of open space in the hierarchy: landscaped areas, local, district, regional and state significant open spaces. The hierarchy has a focus on parks and large recreation bushland areas. It includes a theoretical description of open spaces at that level of the hierarchy for the type of open space, and a desired proximity standard, which is the 400 and 800 metre information. The position of the open space within the hierarchy will influence the amenities on offer and the anticipated amount of resources needed for that open space. Appendix 1 is all the recreation spaces grouped by suburb and by function, and Appendix 2 is the open space provision standards.
Explain what the 400 and 800 is.
Yeah, it's an analysis of the walking distance to parks or within residential areas. I've got some maps I can show you.
Oh, I was just wondering why the two choices.
Oh, we chose 400 and 800 metres because 400 metres is used in the Tasmanian planning scheme, a Tasmanian planning provision, and it's also used in Victoria as well in their space standards, New South Wales and Queensland as well. They sort of look at the 400 distance, and then so 400 being for like access to a local or an open space, and 800 being your larger open spaces because that's slightly longer distance, whereas the 400's more of the 5-minute walk where we want people to be within. So yeah.
Also,
so the 800 metres has been targeted for your state significant reserves,
Yeah, the bigger,
and
bigger
the smaller
spaces.
reserves is your 400 metres distance.
Sorry, just on that, I had a very similar question to you. I wanted to just try and understand in my mind the hierarchy of open spaces.
Yep.
And I was just wondering, how you grouped them in table 5, how you came to that hierarchy. If it was solely based on the distance between residents to that particular open space, is that right?
Sorry, no. What we did was we looked at all our open spaces, and like some of our open spaces being small parks in suburban areas. So we would see that as a local open space. So, for example, probably somewhere like Swan Street Park is a pocket park. So we'd see that as a local open space that primarily services the needs of the local community living in the area around it. And then we look at like the larger open spaces with more facilities for people as a district or a regional open space. It's sort of based on how we think the parks function within the overall network of open space.
So in that example of North Hobart, we'd have that Swan Street, and then what would be the bigger one? Would that be like the one down there?
Soundy Park, yeah.
Okay,
And then we go to sort of like the regional level spaces and state
because
significant.
that one's got like for kids and slides and
toilets and
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
are we planning to have a density amount as well, like per metre of public space per population? Per capita?
We have done some of that analysis. Whether we propose to have a plan for it, I'm not entirely sure. Probably not at this stage. When you see the mapping, I'm just trying to see the slide.
But we'll get, there is a couple of slides coming up that will sort of demonstrate and show the mapping. And
I think certainly my experience has been that the 400 and 800 is the determinant of, because it obviously develops depending on how big your settlement is. So largely if you've got a pocket park within 400 metres of all of your residents, it really doesn't matter whether it's 200 or 2 million. It'll exponentially grow by the number of people. So that's the way it works. It's not, you don't say we're going to have a certain number of parks based on the number of people you got. It comes down to density and distribution. So
but I think if we don't have density, you potentially grow in areas. If you don't have a density analysis, you grow in areas where you don't have sufficient. Because I know some other open space strategies do decide that a per capita amount is ideal, because otherwise you have these crowded parks.
yeah, I think you've got too many in some areas, and then some you haven't got enough, and that's about distribution and making sure you've got adequate servicing across the settlement.
Sorry, I just flicked to that side there, but I'll just jump back one if that's all right. Because this is the open space provision standards. So these standards detail what can be expected to be provided in an area of open space. For example, as I've highlighted there, toilets. It's not something we intend to provide in a local open space, but in the larger open spaces, we think that if they're not already there, then we should be providing them because they attract a greater amount of people and provide other facilities as well, such as barbecues and playgrounds and things. So that's what we plan. So that's what this appendix is about. So it sort of links into the hierarchy. Something we don't include, but we are aware that we need to include in the provision standards table, is skate parks and pump tracks. So we're aware that we need to include that before we bring this back to council. So I'll flick on to the hierarchy.
We also thought about the way open spaces are used for creativity, not just activity, like not just physical activity. So,
yeah.
For example, at stages or, you know, because there are people often want to have a festival and they have to go and hire a stage, like having sufficient stage space for performance.
And we do have that, particularly in some of our significant parts like Legacy. We've got an amphitheatre. Waterworks, there's areas for that as well. So
Long Beach.
Long Beach Reserve. There's an
we're not just thinking, because open spaces can get used for creative purposes, not just for recreation.
Yeah, we do have an action around sort of use of them for events and other activities such as multicultural celebrations and things like that. So so this is just the hierarchy up here now. On the slides, there's more information in the actual document that shows those areas within 400 metres distance of a park. So for the green there on the left-hand side, we include all parks in that because for some larger parks can perform a local function. So people, say for example, who live in Battery Point, Princess Park might be their open space, so it performs the local function and the larger functions as an event space and playground as well. Also on the map is the areas where there are buildings, houses, commercial buildings, associated infrastructure outside of the 400 metre area. So you can see probably a good example is Sandy Bay, where there's quite a gap of people who are outside that distance of a park, and some parts of even inner Hobart as well, around sort of inner urban West Hobart edge of the CBD, around that area. So and so we've got an action in the plan as well for how we're going to address the gaps in provision. Something else we've introduced is we've mapped and analysed areas of Hobart within 400 metres of a playground or play equipment, with a sort of this is more of a crow flies buffer or catchment area around each of them. We've got two classifications, as in some locations we only have a swing, so we don't really see that as a playground as such. It's more of play equipment, and then you can see the two classifications that a playground being 3 or more pieces, a combination play unit or a skate park. So that's a playground, and just the odd where we've all just a couple of pieces is play equipment. So that's all analysed there with the gaps again highlighted. We do have a map for Ferntree. We haven't forgotten that. It's just not on the slide. It just wouldn't all fit on the one thing. So, and yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Yeah.
Although does it get, some of them don't seem to get used, like you have counters on places too.
We do have a lot of counters on a lot of our parks. Not all of them, but and I guess that's sort of part of the work we'll be doing to identify if some of our parks are getting used. Will be to make sure we put counters on them and get the data back before we make any decision going forward.
Yeah, we've got an action to do a playground action plan as one of our sort of short-term priority actions is to get on and do that, following obviously endorsement to consult and then final strategy. So the implementation plan, 42 actions over a 10-year time frame of the strategy. Short-term actions are those in the first 2 years, medium 2 to 5, and long 10 years. Total funding, we've estimated for the delivery of the projects and programmes of work is 1.2 million. And probably more interestingly, in the first 2 years for the short-term actions, 148,000. Which includes funding for analysis of facilities for teenagers, which are like skate parks, pump tracks, basketball courts. It includes the playground action plan, and it also includes creating some biodiversity information packs for new residents, so that when they move into an area they're aware of what the values are and things like that. So there's a number of actions all documented in the strategy.
Can I just ask quickly about the 1.2 million, Chair? That's okay. Is that just to do the officer work? It's not the project funding for new playgrounds.
Correct. So, some of those actions will the playground action plan, for instance, we might need to replace play equipment all around the municipality, so that's going to cost us a lot of money. So
Great. Yeah.
that'll come forward as a separate thing.
Thank you for clarifying.
So what we thought we would do was review the strategy after the first 2 years and see if we need to reprioritise any actions or add any new actions. And what I was going to do next was just give everyone an overview of some example actions under each of the principles, starting with accessible and inclusive. And I've just got a comment here. Note the playground action plan is costed in the total cost, but we don't include the cost of any new playgrounds. Both the playground action plan and the assessment of facilities for children, as I mentioned earlier, are short-term actions. Key tasks we've identified that we want to get on with straight away, of course subject to future council endorsement of the draft strategy. Nature positive. So just of note here is the Urban Ecological Restoration Project, which is something a few of the councillors mentioned at the workshop last year. This action would be seeking to revitalise and restore one of our urban areas by regeneration with native flora. Cultural actions. Regarding the first action there, officers have already held informal discussions with Pack and Arrangers, and this long-term action will be progressed under the Country Culture People Initiative. For the action about review of the Cenotaph and Regatta grounds, this is a medium-term action. What we want to do is consider matters such as if this site is best used for events, what alternative sites might be available for events, do we have the correct infrastructure there, what will be the impact of any potential future stadium nearby.
I'm just wondering with that cultural one,
Yeah, sure.
are you also, for example, consulting the migrant community at all to say, okay, what would you like to do in your open spaces, like festivals or food things? Or
Yeah, sure. I mean,
be listed in that?
yes, subject to council endorsement to go out for community consultation. Yeah, we want to do some targeted community consultation and reach out to everybody in the community, because our tagline for the strategy is our open spaces are for everyone. So that's what we see as really important. They're community spaces for everybody in our community. So yeah.
So, as in, sorry, just to clarify,
Yeah, sure.
as in that previous one is a proposed action that's come from officers, but when it goes out or after it goes out, you're hoping that the migrant community might say something.
Yeah, definitely.
And then may potentially be added. Is that what?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, definitely.
Well, actually, we can add some of those things in now.
We could.
Well, that would be great.
So I think, you know, what you're saying in terms of providing some feedback, if you've got that feedback, if we can get that
That's my feedback.
Great, we can actually add that in there and include that as an action in there.
Yeah.
And then sure. Forward that step.
I think that would be great, isn't it?
Yeah, sure.
Because my feedback is just around on the lighting issue. Not just lighting of active transport routes, but also potential for some areas to be lit in winter, non-organised sport. So sometimes people have said to me they like walking up on the domain around the oval.
Yeah.
But unless a sporting club has booked it, you know, they can't do that.
Yeah. So that might get picked up in the sport and rec strategy in some ways. But I guess
it's about non-sport access to open space. It's about dark winters.
Yeah.
That's fine, we can sort of look at that and add that in there in terms of, I mean, a lot of this stuff is investigation in terms of things and what the feasibility of them are. And you're right, it won't just be sports grounds, there'll be other open spaces as well, which people might want to walk around. So there's no reason why we can't just add that into the piece there to investigate.
There must be a sort of winter light accessibility plan. Like it's only a few weeks, but we might want to do a few different things just to make sure people can still be out and about.
Just on the same vein with lights, dark sky spaces, we've gone the other way, they have no lights. You know, what particular places are dark?
I know they're looking at that for the Park at the moment, Wellington Park at the moment. And some of our bushland reserves can probably make that standard as well.
Since aren't we aiming to be a dark sky city?
Yeah, but I guess there's different locations as well at the same time. So certainly if you look at, that's right, some of these areas such as the mountains, things like that, absolutely. If you look in areas that already have lots of light spill already in those areas, then, you know, maybe you can actually go and by, you know, something else in that space. Yeah.
Alderman Billerfield.
Look, you've talked about reviewing the use of the Senator Gator grounds. I was just curious whether or not you could include going across the road and including the examination of the Beaumaris Zoo area for playground use. It's something that is sitting there fallow for a very, very long time. I know it's got heritage issues, but I don't know, I think for the first time possibly this might be a use that would be best suited for. And I mean, I'm not saying more than a light touch of assessment, but I just think it'd be a really great starting point.
Yeah, definitely. We can definitely include that. I think that's worth including. The comment there.
When you say including it, so you're having a look at it?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Have the options for the site.
There's quite a lot of reports on that.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that in this report?
No.
Could I just say this is a really overarching type strategy, so there's a lot of stuff that can actually fit over under it, and it's meant to be like that as well at the same time. So we're meant to pick up on some of these things here and look at some of these open spaces that haven't been utilised for many years, and actually look at what we can do with those. There'll be some other feed-on type stuff that actually comes underneath that. We've got that playground action plan, we'll look at some other stuff as well. So if you don't see the exact thing in there, it doesn't mean we won't actually explore this, because this will be a key document for council going forward, which will be directing what we're going to be doing in that space.
We do have an action as well that to look at identifying visitor needs across the 5 major bushland parks and reserves, which includes the Queen's Domain. So we've got an action to do that with Knocklofty and some of the other major parks as well.
Councillor Harvey.
Yeah, there's also the needs to not do anything. You know, like I don't like this let's build playgrounds everywhere kind of culture. Let's have another pump track and let's do with this and let's do with that. So I'm cautious about everyone's got a good idea and everyone gets a prize. So, you know, I don't want to be pushed into putting playgrounds in places where we don't need playgrounds and pump tracks where we don't need pump tracks. So it's got to be based on what's the need and what's the relationship to the local space, rather than I want one and then we drop one there.
And what the national standards are, because there's probably, you don't want to be under-servicing the community compared to what's a national standard for inner city, capital cities.
But also you don't need some stuff.
Councillor Harvey, we might just go back to speaking orders, please. There's some people that can't get a word in.
So I'm conscious of not being pushed into having more infrastructure and facilities that we don't need. Like we've got this amazing facility up at Mount Nelson, and I do drive-bys regularly to see what's going on. I must go up and get the things off the plans as well before I go into it. But it's an underutilised park, beautiful park.
Tolman's Hill.
Tolman's Hill, what did I say? Sorry, Tolman's Hill, near Mount Nelson. Wonderful park, but hardly utilised. You know, rarely do you see a crowd of people there. You see a couple of people there. You know, that's about all. And we probably could have got away with half that infrastructure there. So we've over-serviced something, or you can't walk as you go there. I'm just conscious of not overdoing stuff.
Councillor Kelly.
I think, look, I think it's great to have this touchstone. Quite often we hear, and I'll use the Condell Place as an example, oh, we need more green space, but I know in North Hobart that's probably got more green space than most places. I totally agree with Councillor Harvey that I think that, you know, this notion we've got to do more and more. I mean, and I'd like to know, and this is a question we might look at later, or we might be able to provide a response later, is I really wonder if there's any capital city or regional area of more green space than we have in Tasmania. When you take Knocklofty, the Domain, and all that huge acreage littered with all these parks and greenways, it's pretty damn good from what my travel anecdotally suggests, you know. But I reckon it's great for us to use as a planning committee type person and all that. It can be very subjective, I guess, you know, the way where you blur the lines between the suburbs and all that. You know, it is hard to do, but it's a great touchstone to have this.
Well, we are a very unique city, I guess, in terms of how close we are to bushland. I mean, 4,500 hectares of bushland surrounding the city. I don't think any other capital city or large regional city in some cases has that much open space available to it, so we are fairly unique.
Yes, it may be too. The school grounds, which are commonly used by everyone, they're another big part of this whole conversation that shouldn't be, I don't think, neglected.
Yeah.
As I brought up earlier with the South Hobart, you know, that's 500 square metres or 5,000 square metres of green turf that's used for 200 days of the year and a bit after it here and there, you know. So we shouldn't be not looking at ways of using those as well.
No, we're definitely not. There's an action. We actually have an action identifying exactly that. So
great, thank you.
Which was seek opportunities and partnerships with schools and other organisations for community.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I've had a good look at this strategy and commend you on the approach. The mapping exercise in particular was very compelling, and I noticed in my notes that there was just a desert of playgrounds for Sandy Bay in particular. And like, it's so important to be able to take your kids across the road when they're having that moment, you know, to go within 400 metres, hey kids, let's just duck down the park, and not generate car movements. And it's a whole palaver for families to have to get into a car. That's one thing that you need to remember. And that Sandy Bay cohort, to go anywhere, God damn it, to come to work, to do anything, they have to be in their cars, partly because of topography, but we can't even give them a park that's walking distance from their house with their kids. It sucks. So we need to do better there, and the mapping exercise was really valuable. I think just touching on Councillor Kelly's point, actually, it would be helpful to do the mapping exercise with schools as an overlay, because I know some schools do lock their gates, other schools don't. Other schools have very, very open arrangements with councils and football teams and stuff, but it's just an extra piece of information. Overall, though, I thought everything's in the right direction. The only thing that I picked up as a general theme at the highest level was that I felt that kind of recreation and the primary reason that people access parks, yes, we do all these other reasons which you guys have touched on culture, on Palawa, on sit and quiet reflection, but many, many, many users access our green spaces for active recreation. Be that going for a run, mountain biking, kicking a ball around with the kids, skate park, pump track. You know, young families are looking for places for kids to go and exercise, and teenagers don't have anywhere to go and exercise and be active other than the trails. So I felt in the strategy, even the ordering of the points, and I've brought this up before for officers, that it does matter when you have 5 points, 5 overarching themes. It matters to the reader what order they're in. And so to see like health and wellbeing and recreation at point number 4, I was like, well, we're talking about our parks. It doesn't, for me, like that should be the number 1 priority. And that kind of played out throughout the whole document, that I just didn't feel like there was enough weight on the health benefits of active lifestyles, recreation, bringing people together, even though it was all touched on. It just didn't quite come through as a very kind of general. But otherwise, genuinely, it looks like a great document and well done.
I don't mind.
There's only one.
We're nearly there.
Yeah.
We're nearly there. We can just flick through. There's just example actions from health and wellbeing, and then some quality and quantity, which is probably this was where our majority of our planning and analysis actions are located. So yeah, that was all. We've touched on all of this now anyway. So I'll just flip to the next one. So this is what we were planning to do, subject to finalising it and coming back to council. We have this slide in just for information, really. Was you know, in the future we want to come forward, and these are our goals for the second round. Obviously, subject to bringing the strategies to council for endorsement for community consultation. So that was it. Thanks.
Lord Mayor. Councillor Harvey.
I'm really pleased with this. I think it's terrific. I especially like getting the community involved in the local park. So, you know, I'll be into that. But the only one thing I will pick on a bit is it's nearly 100 pages long, and if we took out all the words, it'd still be about 95 pages long because of all the graphics and pictures, and there's whole pages of people smiling in parks. And for me, that's a real distraction when you want to get through the whole document, you know, quickly for a read. When it's got, you know, 50 pages of photos. So it's a lot longer than it needs to be. And if I was reading it on my phone, I don't know how, I haven't seen it on my phone, so I haven't seen the document in a PDF format. But it's a distraction for me having so many graphics in a document that could be 20 pages long, now it's 93 pages long.
There is a strategy on a page which is just to actually cater for that issue you just talked about. And
I appreciated that.
And if you wanted to, we could extend it out so it's a strategy on 2 pages so that you had a little bit more information on it. But I mean, I think that would be where people would go to say, well, what is all this about type of thing? Let me have a look at it. I can see the pillars, I can see what all the actions have to be. Yeah, that sounds good to me.
If that's at the front, here I am scrolling through 45 pages to get to the page with the strategy on page.
Well, it'll be almost a separate document. I mean, you can have the open case strategy that includes that, but this is almost a separate document. Download that. Don't worry about it.
Yep.
Lord Mayor.
Thanks so much. Really great to see this work. I guess just my feedback would be that issue around, you know, how do we activate the spaces? Because, yeah, sometimes we put in lovely things, but we're perhaps not mixing it up with a bit more diversity of uses. So the question I would have is, what's really innovative in this strategy? Because we always want to be innovating and being sort of, you know, what's the next great innovation? And so around that cultural spaces, because people don't necessarily always come out for barbecue and swing, they might want to come out for, you know, a really cool little outdoor library like you see in the New York parks where people, you know, come out and only in certain seasons, or a stage, or I've seen sort of outdoor movie screens, but they're kind of permanent, so communities can organise to show something outdoors. And so how do we kind of also have this sort of activation piece, and that we make sure that we've got the right balance between infrastructure and actually council workers or council grants that help people use the spaces, and that's the better. It is that healthy Hobart, but it's not just that. It might be some other summertime use type of system or grants to our community organisations to make that's really targeted at go and use your park and do something.
All great ideas and all things that we actually want to do. Bearing in mind the strategy as it is, the strategy is pitched at that higher level, if you like. So there's a lot of other stuff that can fit underneath there. Once we start unravelling things there and consulting with the community about particular parks or whatever it happens to be, and say this is a great spot to actually be running types of events, if you like, in this location. This is great where we can get the community involved in all those types of things we're talking about. But that's almost a secondary step.
It has to be a principle in a way that you're committing to letting go a little bit of power to the community. And there's that whole thing around adopt a park. Like we used to have a lot of trouble with Arthur Circus, because people in Arthur Circus have very strong views about kind of plantings. And we were kind of fighting them. But it's like, why don't we actually have an agreement with them where, you know, we let them do a bit of the work for us under certain conditions. So it's almost like an adopt a park model, which again, I think a lot of cities are sort of realising that if you actually get community ownership, you save yourselves money and time dealing with complaints, because people feel a sense of ownership of it. And the other thing is just around the whole, you know, community resilience and to what extent we're going to use our open space areas for, you know, food trees, community batteries, yes or no, in the park or not. I don't have a strong view about it, depending on park. And even water tanks, like do we want to start sort of making water tanks there to help with our own, you know, to water. So just that sort of topic as well.
Lots of things like that. I mean, lots of councils will use water reuse, they'll have underground storage tanks so that can then feed their parks and their trees and so forth. That's really more down at a project level as compared to at this higher level, if you like. So I think we want to pitch to that higher level and then build on from there. So there'll be some other plans that go down into far more detail a bit below that.
But somehow in the principle
schools having some of those themes, so that
Yeah.
you don't lose it when
What we would like to get out of, and this is any other questions around the what we would like to get out of this is sort of any other final comments. We realise the time and maybe people haven't had the ability to actually ask all the questions. So what we've noted down what's actually been said. If there's any other comments that you want to add, because I guess it's fairly key for us to actually try and get this out to consultation and get that community input as well at the same time. So if we can get that, then we'll bring this formally back to council there just to endorse going to that next step. But we'd like to just incorporate any of these comments that you may not have had a chance to say. So I think if we can get that back before our next agenda, that would be fantastic.
Great. Look, I think that's a really sensible way to go. If everyone could provide any additional comments that we haven't had time for tonight in writing to the director, I think that would be useful to the team.
Chair, may I ask one very brief question?
There's a few elected members that have asked to ask a few more questions. I'm just very aware it's after 7:30 now and we still have another item for workshopping, so unless there's anything really pressing.
It was just whether or not we can be notified when these things actually go live. Get a lot of people from the community saying, oh, that was going live and we don't actually know when it hits the...
Well, this will come to a council meeting before it'll go live, so you...
But even after that...
Yeah, no, I agree.
Just an email saying that this is now live for feedback.
Yep, I think that's a good idea.
Thank you, CEO.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Great, thanks so much. That was really helpful. Moving to 8.5, the DCAC update. Yeah, Nick, welcome.
Thanks, everybody. So, thanks for having me tonight. The purpose of the presentation this evening is to provide an operational update on DCAC. Also, give an update on the capital projects, the very important work we'll be doing this financial year, and also to provide an update on the roof rectification works. But I thought I'd kick off with a little video. We have got some volume. Just an impact snapshot of DCAC. When I first arrived in Hobart 12 months ago, the director at the time, Neil Noy, and Michael Stretton said to me, the DCAC Centre is a much loved facility, it's great visitation, so valuable, but we've got to provide better value for money for ratepayers. So that's what I've been working on since I arrived. Just want to run through some of, I guess, the things that I've found in my time here and what we've been doing to rectify some of the operational challenges. So the first one is just around our Learn to Swim program, which fundamentally is a key revenue driver of any aquatic facility. We were missing the mark in some key benchmarks across the industry, which I've studied for many, many years. We'd been expanding our one-on-one lessons into peak time slots. We had some low class capacities. We had an inefficient enrolment process and a curriculum that was limited and underdeveloped. So they all provided financial challenges on the program, and there was also an absence of a schools program. So the graph on the left is where it left us in 23-24, so extremely high wages to income ratio, which is a key metric when you're measuring a program. On the right is probably where we should be aiming to be, which is from a comparable centre in Melbourne that I was associated with. This is also just a percentage of Learn to Swim income compared to the total revenue of the centre. I've provided some examples there of Launceston, which has got a very strong Learn to Swim program, which was 34% of total revenue. That comparable centre in Melbourne, which was 25%, and we were sitting at 11% in 23 and 24.
Is that got anything to do with there being too much else going on, like too many other clubs, meeting space and competition for
Partly. We had a tendency to do lane hire instead of running our own programs. So, yeah, you're right, we do have a lot of swim clubs, a lot of user group activity, but it's just really narrowing the focus to running programs ourselves, which is where we'd like to be. Yeah.
So just on that, if you were going to increase that from 11% to, so I don't know, maybe you make it at 20, I'm not sure.
Yep. Yep.
But would you then have to reduce, for example, clubs that are using that facility or those lanes or whatever it may be, or you've looked at it that thoroughly that you go, actually, we don't need there and we could actually add value to this and money?
Yeah, sure.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah. So just some simple things that we're working on right now is we're opening up lessons on a Sunday. Like, we don't run lessons on a Sunday, which is unheard of in Melbourne. You know, you run 7 days a week. So that's a simple one. We've expanded Saturdays to some extra lanes. They'll have a big impact overall.
As in extra lanes for those swimming lessons?
Yeah, just putting on some more teachers and just expanding. So a lot of it is just focus.
Yeah.
Yep.
I go there quite often and I always see that those lanes over here on the downside, you know, it's the same as the ones on the upside, which means it's those it's walk and exercise, slow lane, fast lane, and instead of, for example, just allocating that space for the community, so you could have, for example, swimming lessons on the downside over here, they're both simultaneously running at the same time, and this lane has like 3 people in it, and that one over there has 3 people in it, and we're doing the same thing. One person's walking slowly over here, and 3 people are walking slowly over here, and 3 people are walking slowly over there. So is that part of the overview that you're doing in terms of how we maximise?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, when we're not running lessons, we'll open up lanes for everybody, but yeah, we can certainly take some of that lane space back. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Thanks.
Yep.
Return on investment. When you've got your Learn to Swim classes versus your lane hire and things like that, which ones actually are the most profitable when it comes to these things?
Yeah, the classes are,
So we should be focusing more on classes,
more on
less
classes.
on lane hire, basically.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's give Nick a chance to get through his presentation.
That's all right. But the key one is the schools, because during the day we don't have our user groups in because they're all coming after school. So during school hours is a great opportunity to run lessons. Yeah.
But there are whole organisations that are focused on 9 till 3 plus school hire, as in they do the training and so forth. The schools will take out a week, and we're not getting into that space at all.
We did in the past, but we haven't in recent years, so we want to certainly get back to that.
So a really profitable area has been missed for some time.
Yeah. Okay. We can see that just in the last 4 terms, we have seen an uplift in some of the changes that we've made. And that trend is set to continue. The other area we've been focusing on is the gym, and just some initial things that I found. We had some overstaffing in the gym area. Our rosters weren't optimising when our members were attending, so that was taken into account peak and off-peak times. In some of our senior roles, we had some overlapping of responsibilities, which is unfortunately causing a bit of confusion and some inefficiencies. And yeah, you may be obviously aware that the fitness passport program was sort of holding us back as it wasn't returning sort of fair and reasonable revenues for the centre based on the number of members that the program had in it and were able to access DCAC, and that was having a real impact on our pricing integrity and also some of our class wait lists. And then, yeah, in 23-24, we had a very high sort of wages to income ratio in that area. So yeah, in terms of progress, we have done a bit of a restructure of some roles, optimise the rosters, and I'm sure whether you've been up to DCAT recently, we've removed that sit-down desk that was at the top of the stairs and replaced it with like a trainer kiosk where the trainers standing, they're more engaged, they're having more conversations with members, and that's already increasing our member engagement, and our staff are having more meaningful conversations about members' goals, aspirations, and that's leading to more appointments and more personal training consultations. Yeah, so we have brought down sort of our wages in that area to 50% of late, and that was up at 60. The industry average for a full service gym is about 40, so that's where we aspire to be. And that'll be a mix of increasing our revenue, but also continuing to work on our wages. And then the 20% is just to give you a bit of an idea of what a 24/7 sort of unsupervised gym, or largely unsupervised gym would be, around about the 20%. So yeah, with the work we've done in the last period of time, we have managed to reduce the operational deficit compared to the previous year. Still lots of work to go. Our next step would get to, aim would be to get to a break-even point operationally, and then, hopefully move to a surplus position operationally. Just to provide an update on the org structure. So just on the right, we've got our operational roles. They're the roles that keep the centre open and keep the upkeep, the maintenance, the pool supervised. But then over on the left, we've sort of got the three key business areas that I would that I'm managing and overseeing and driving. The left-hand side is our gym, health and fitness area. The middle being the aquatic programs, and then through the middle you've got our retail, our events, our bookings. So yeah, it was a little bit different to this when I arrived, but I'm pretty proud of being able to streamline that and make it much more efficient, and we're able to really focus on those key business activities. There's also a marketing communications role that supports the growth and retention. I've also done some work with the culture of the team up there at the centre. We, big staff team, 150 people, largely young people. We really need some strong leadership to make it all work. And yeah, we've set some culture actions and some agreed behaviours, and we really are sort of turning it around in terms of the culture of the place. Even just setting some rules around how we interact, how we meet, sort of all fundamental stuff, but it was good to get those down and agreed to. Also, just providing an update on the national competition policy, which is hopefully coming to an end soon in terms of the neutrality complaint we received a number of years ago. So KPMG report is complete. We've worked really hard to get it to a stage where we're able to submit it to OTA. Out of the report, the public benefits test found that casual swimming and membership, which were part of the complaint, both produce a net benefit at the current pricing structures. And just want to flag, we've got some work to do in terms of our significant business activities and some policies that we would need to develop in time, largely around things like concession pricing, equal access swimming program and the like. Just because, we want to be able to continue to offer these programs, but making sure we align with the NCP. With our future focus, definitely an asset management plan and business plan, which will help drive our decisions moving forward, and also maximise the utilisation of the facility, and definitely engaging the community in this process would be what we look to do. Okay, and just with our upcoming projects, thanks Ben for the photo. This is our main switchboard, which has come to a point where some of our parts are really hard to source, and we're actually needing to get in specialist contractors, which poses a risk in terms of the centre's operations. So that's due to be worked on later on in the year. That's just a photograph of a switchboard that burnt out at DCAC in 2001. Not saying that's going to happen, but the chemical delivery bay, which in essence is a spill management system. So our trucks pull up into that driveway and deliver our chemicals, predominantly our chlorine. So in the case of a spill, we're building a pit in that driveway area to catch any spills and prevent any of that harsh chemical from impacting the environment and running down the street. The Delhi lighting tube replacement project. That's a big one around the pool hall and the amount of light that these lights are working at the moment. So we're replacing them with LED lamps, and a much needed project to help with pool supervision particularly. The movable bulkhead, so if you're familiar with DCAC, you'll know that this bulkhead is moved up and down the pool to help us split up the pool for different activities and different bookings. The current one is 25 years old and very, very hard to move. We're often having to use pallet jacks to move it up and down the pool, and that's causing issues such as cracking the tiles and pool hall and causing us other issues. So the new bulkhead is due to arrive in January, February next year.
Can I ask a really quick question? We had that in Capital Works last year, didn't we?
It's delaying getting the boom to arrive, I think, has been the issue, isn't it?
Yeah, it's coming from Spain. Yeah. So.
Okay.
The car park. So the proposal is to put a licence plate recognition system in the car park to help us manage the people coming in and out, reducing congestion, particularly around people that aren't coming to the centre. We estimate it's about 15% of people that are coming in that aren't coming to the centre. So certainly putting in this system will help us manage the car park better and make a better experience for members and guests.
Can I jump in with the heat exchange system that we've had for a number of years, which is, as I understand, like nation-leading technology? Has that been affected by the change at the shift from the quarry point, Self's point, from the quarry to ourselves? It's still the same line?
Still the same. Yep. It's going to be maintained. Yep. The spa and sauna upgrade. So this again is grant funded, and it's going to be a real upgrade to the area, not just a replacement. If I can just skip forward, which is a very basic diagram, I know, but this one is aimed to not only put in new facilities, but also give it a real uplift and a real wow factor. Part of the features are obviously new tiling on the floor, the wall tiling as well, the glass frontage on the sauna, which is much larger than we've currently got. And this is to enable wheelchair access. Also a new hoist to allow for people with in a wheelchair to use the spa facilities.
Oh no, sorry, I was just going to say it's also really great for generally people open the sauna and just stand around and look, because you can't actually look inside to see how many people's in there because of the way that it is, and then no one can get in, and then the heat leaves and everyone's like,
That's right.
So that's good.
Is it going to be two saunas, two spas still, or just one?
Just the one, but a larger spa. Yeah, a 12-seater spa.
What have got two at the moment?
That's a good question.
They're not different temperatures, right?
No.
No, but one's different because one's for mobility access and it's lower, so it's got the upper on that side and the lower level, and then the one on the other side is just everyone can walk onto it.
Yep.
Are you intending? Sorry, Elizabeth.
I was just going to ask, in your mind, are you going to make the tiles sort of an interesting colour? Like
That's absolutely.
navy or a green or something not grey?
Yeah, no, I'm with you in terms of making it look and feel a lot different to other areas. Yeah.
They have a job to choose the colours.
I know.
One thing that's always perplexed me about this is the layout, because there's so much money in wellness, and people go for spas and saunas for a wellness experience as a general rule, and for it to be like 5 metres from the big bucket and kids screaming has never stacked up in my mind, given the amount of money and like the 5 or however many unsolicited bids we had for saunas on public land, and the amount of saunas that my friends are building. Everyone wants a sauna right now, and no one wants a sauna next to a kids pool. But there's nothing.
We're kind of stuck with where they don't have enough money to completely move it.
They can build their own sauna there.
But in all honesty, you can't actually hear it. When
Is there any separation or screening?
We did
planting, tall planting across there.
Yeah, we could certainly put planting in. We did look at putting almost like a false ceiling to sort of give the impression that the bucket wasn't just over there.
Yeah.
You could almost have sort of vines growing on wires around it.
It's 3 minutes to 8 o'clock, everyone. Let's stay focused. We've got to move to closed yet.
The next one is the thermal heat pump upgrade, which is a grant application currently with the federal government. And this is quite exciting for me because it enables us to get off gas, which is very expensive, and obviously reducing emissions overall. Our current system's very inefficient, parts are expensive, and those gas bills during the winter time are hard to stomach. So hopefully this one comes through and we're able to.
What sort of a savings do you reckon we get with the new one?
That's a good question. I would have that information I'll be able to provide at a later time.
It would be a good significant savings.
Yes, absolutely, yep. And the roof, yep. So with the roof project, work is going to commence soon, and we're going to divide this into two parts. The preliminary program to prepare for full replacement and address any risks. Obviously by communicating with users in relation to any disruption, but at this stage we don't see any disruption. Full replacement is required, and part of the preliminary program is to design and cost out what that's going to be. Just with a corrosive environment over 30 years, it's at a stage where it needs to be replaced.
And with removing the solar panels to fix some of the areas, are we going to upgrade those to slightly better ones?
That's not part of the plan at this
No,
stage.
I think it was, and it's
Yeah.
evolved since that. I was told that, and I spoke to the Lord Mayor, so that's again evolved since then. So it's still a bit, and again, you guys can explain, but it's in a state of flux in terms of working through that at the moment. So
yeah.
But in theory, they could all go up to the McRoby's Gully.
they weren't going to be disposed of, but yeah, you could.
Probably get more efficient
Yeah.
ones now.
but you could put.
I think that again. I think the plan is to keep them on now, but it's again. I think we need the final plan to be resolved, which is what they're trying to explain.
Yeah. Yeah.
Plan to make a plan.
I think the latest is that we can keep them on until we do the full replacement. Yep. Yep. And yeah, happy to take any other questions.
Thanks very much, Nick. Deputy.
Thank you so much for that. That was really wonderful. I really enjoyed that. So clearly some of the issues that we've inherited over time.
Yep.
So I really appreciate the work that you've done here. I did just have one question around the lights. And as you mentioned, there's a lot of young people that work there, a lot of females, and then they have to finish at a certain time because they're, it appears, they're walking up past the car park into where you're walking up to the tennis court. There's no lights.
Yep.
And staff are scared to walk in that area at night time. And so there's generally the males that will close up at night, to my understanding, because of that issue.
Yep.
So is there any plans for lights to go along there, or?
There is, yeah.
Oh, right.
There is planned as a project.
No, well, there's that
There's a
kind of
footpath.
walk, yeah.
Footpath as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that coming out of the Domain Parking Fund? It better bloody well be, because it's specifically related to parking on the Domain. If we're not funding lighting to get to the car parks, then that fund just needs to get rolled. It's like how much is in there? What? 1.2 million and we can't spend it on lighting to a car park, surely.
Yeah, no, I was saying we couldn't.
So just.
Yeah, there is lighting coming. It's not part of
Deputy.
part of our budget.
So there is already plans in whatever.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
It's allocated out of what? That particular?
I couldn't tell you,
You
but
don't know?
It's a Domain Parking Fund. It's revenue raised directly from the meters going on the Domain. It sits in a fund that we can only spend on parking related matters on the Domain.
Is that where it's coming out of for that
Look,
stretch?
I'm not sure it actually sits in a fund because we don't back by cash. So if you want to say that money is coming from that, then we can, for sure. But nonetheless, I take your point. I'll give you some advice.
But just to clarify, that stretch when you go out of the car park and that whole stretch along there is in the works of lights going up in that.
I believe
area.
so. Yeah.
So they're looking at path and lighting as well at the same time. Funding at the moment is just at a couple of works there, but there's no reason why we couldn't actually look at the funding model for it and actually look at whether or not we actually take money for the main parking fund. There is a number of other projects that we're looking at in that space as well at the same time. So now as a consultant, you might be happy to know that we're actually trying to spend that money as well.
Excellent.
So,
Good. Just spend it.
I'm telling you, they'll spend it on.
So it's already in the works and we've got a timeline, or somebody?
what are you going to do? I believe that's a current capital project, that one. So,
Yeah.
so for this year. So.
Yeah, great. Cool.
Just in the same vein, car parking is hugely problematic for the centre, as you know.
Yep.
My observation is that it's UTAS students,
Yep.
a huge number of UTAS students. I'm just wondering if we have any low-hanging fruit that we can, obviously there's boom gates and plate recognition and all that sort of stuff, but can we just issue some notices to these vehicles that we notice it in the car park for a couple of weeks? And I think that will be enough to kind of curb the behaviour, or some additional signage saying that it's only Aquatic Centre patrons.
Yep.
Because I was there today and it was so obvious that it was 50% of the car park were UTAS students.
Right, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know parking do blitzes and they come up, and we do try and initiate that as well, get them to come up and give notices.
Well, it's just the daytime users are the families, and that you just can't, it's so hard to get a toddler even up to the far end of that car park. If you can't get a park in there, you'll give up and go somewhere else.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah, the last couple of times I've had to go, I've gone with the kids just random days.
and I'm parked at the regatta grounds now and having to go over the ridge because there's no parks anywhere near the aquatic centre.
When are we going to get another way of getting up there though, like we need Metro to run a minibus or like it's.
Well, I think they're nursing students.
We're restricting our growth of the centre just by parking being the only way to get there. You know, it's really. I mean, it'd be lovely if Metro would just run a.
You can't get Metro to run a normal bus service.
Too
Seriously.
true.
It's just absolutely joking to even think about it.
Completely inaccessible.
Any other questions for Nick before we?
One last one on that
Yeah.
project. With projects like the switchboard replacement, that'll be relatively pulled out of the facility and replaced. So that may eventually require a closure for a short period while it's been replaced. So that'll be a program around scaling and busyness, but it's foreseeable in the next 12 months, you know, temporary closure for us, you know, whatever that time frame is.
And with summer school holidays, be the best time for that, given we've got other options outside.
Yeah, we're trying for December because it's our quietest month of the year. People are preoccupied with Christmas coming up, so that's a good time. We're trying to schedule it then. Yep.
Great. All right. Thanks, everyone. So we'll do responses to questions without notice. Number 9 on the agenda. Someone can move. See you later. Who will move to that? Lord Mayor moved that item. All those in favour?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Moving on to questions without notice.
None.
Any questions without notice tonight?
I have about half a dozen, but I won't ask you to some of the time.
Thank you, Councillor Dutta. No questions without notice tonight. Can someone move that we move to the closed portion of the meeting, please? Thank you, Alderman Bloomfield. We will now close the open portion of the meeting and move to the closed. All those in favour? Carried unanimously.